and play were considered of fundamental value. But did she create Pippi as the political character? I find that hard to believe. Astrid Lindgren had a unique ability. She created from something private, something universal that touched people, independently of age, language, and cultural barriers. Pippi Longstocking was revolutionary, foremost as a character, but as children's literature. Children deserve good books, good stories, and that their dreams and fears are taken seriously. This was the big achievement by Astrid Lindgren and the book Pippi Longstocking. If then Pippi Longstocking, as the unconventional and assertive girl she is, with no respect for authority and superhuman strength, can be a role model for little girls and boys, I think that is great, and I think Astrid Lindgren would approve. By participating in this event, I hope I can make a small contribution to every child's right to be able to play and to have access to books, theater, and culture. I thank Sophia Library for giving space to Pippi. I want to conclude to share with you my own motto. That is, it is better to be a little bit too much than a little bit too little. This is not a Pippi quote, but it could have been. It is certainly in her spirit. And I guess she has influenced me as she has with so many other children. Thank you.
И аз много ви благодаря, уважаема госпожо посланник.
I also thank you, Madam Ambassador. I will try not to be too much. For that reason, I'm going to stick to the initial plans of Professor Gancheva, who insisted that at the very beginning of our forum, we play the speech of Astrid Lindgren that she delivered when she received the impressive award in Germany. She said, since we people populated this planet, our life has been filled with violence and threats. Isn't it time to ask ourselves, is the human race somehow prone to violence? All of us are willing to have peace. Is it possible that we all change before it is too late? I believe that we need to start from the foundations, the children. Today's children are the leaders of tomorrow. If there is a world tomorrow, they will be the decision makers, and they will take decisions about the kind of society they're willing to live in. Will they prefer a society that is filled with violence or a peaceful society? I remember how shocked I was when I realized that the people who manage our destinies and the destiny of the world are no gods. They do not have any exceptional features. They're simply the people that have the same weaknesses as I have, but they have power and they can pass decisions at any point based on any whim that they might have. We can draw one conclusion here. The destiny of the world depends on individuals. Then why can't we have good individuals and reasonable individuals that manage us, that govern us? Why can't we turn our back to violence? Is it in our nature? I refuse to believe that. I believe that children are not born having good seeds or bad seeds. The ones that determine whether the child will become a warm personality, a social personality, or a destructive individual are their parents, the parents that brought these children to this world and that can teach these children about love. Humans learn from the people that they love. A child that is surrounded by love and that is loved by their children, by their parents, will love the others. I would like to tell to the ones that are in favor of the more strict approach when raising children, a story that an elderly lady told me. She was a young woman and she lived during the times when the saying, spare the stick, spoil the child, was the main line of belief. And her son did something wrong and she decided to beat him well and teach him a lesson. She asked this child to go outside and find the stick that she can use to beat him up with. The child spent quite a long time outside looking for a stick. In the end, he came back and said, I couldn't find the stick, but here's this stone that you can throw at me and punish me. At this moment, the mother broke in tears because she realized that her son was thinking, my mother is willing to hurt me, and since I cannot find the stick, she can throw this stone at me and still hurt me. The mother embraced her child warmly and she put this stone on a shelf in her kitchen to remind her about these feelings that she had in this very moment, and she never ever beat her son. So when we are raising our children without violence, are we going to create human beings that will live in eternal peace? Only the authors of children's books can be so gullible to believe in such things, but I do believe that we can be good. There are so many things in our world that need to change as well. In this moment, although no war is raging in the world, there is so much violence and oppression in the world, and our children can see and can hear what goes on. But and if they're raised like that, they will believe that violence is the normal situation. The least we can do is to show them that there is another way through our own example. Probably it would be good if we all kept a stone on a shelf in our house to constantly remind us never use violence. This is the speech by Astrid Lindgren delivered in 1978, a marvelous speech. And after this marvelous speech, it is my great pleasure to invite Dr. Jane Muiter, the Chief UNICEF Officer for Bulgaria, to take the floor. Dr. Muiter, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Badokov. Dear Ambassador Katarina Langit, Swedish Ambassador to Bulgaria, and the organizers of this roundtable, I really would like to appreciate most sincerely your invitation for UNICEF to participate in this very important roundtable that celebrates the 75th anniversary from the appearance of this legendary character, Pippi Longstockings, and also in memoriam of Professor Gancheva, who was a very great translator, writer, publisher, but managed to translate these wonderful books into Bulgarian, making it possible for the children and adults in Bulgaria to appreciate the content and to benefit from its instructions. My condolences really go to the family of Professor Gancheva. Dear participants, I would also like to appreciate each one of you for being present today and to being engaged in the spirit of the literary works of Astrid. I would also like to say that this year, 2020, the United Nations is also celebrating its 75th anniversary. This is the organization I work for, and it was created in 1945 after the Second World War with the role of maintaining international peace and security, promoting progress, better living standards, and human rights. You will note that a lot of what Astrid has written has contributed to the human rights, especially those of children. It also takes me to the fact that the organization that I work for was created 1 year later in 1946. It was mainly created to provide relief to children in countries devastated by war, the Second World War. With time, it became the organization which not only helps children in states of emergency, but creates conditions and pushes for the safeguard of the full range of child rights all over the world. Today, however, I find it interesting and somewhat challenging to participate in a discussion with such a wide audience than the one that I'm most used to and really comfortable to work with. But I believe that it is very important that we discuss these things together because there is a lot that we can learn from each other and be guided by some of the innovative approaches that Astrid uses, especially in her fictional character, Pippi. I admit that when I accepted this invitation, I had a lot of curiosity. And in preparation, I researched about Asтрид Линдгрен and Pippi Longstockings and checked with my team in UNICEF Bulgaria. I learned that majority of them have been influenced by the powerful and amazing works of Astrid. I felt very cheated because this was not available in my own country and I missed it in my childhood. But I'm happy to say that the works of Asтрид Lindgren have been translated into my national language, Swahili, and a number of other African languages, which is really great. I also wanted to join this team to learn more about the courageous and very rebellious woman and her achievements, to exchange also, to learn about her achievements and be able to exchange with you, especially because I know in this platform, there are writers, there are literary specialists, journalists, among others. For me, who comes from a medical field, that is an exciting group to be with. Now, I may not be the best person to discuss literature, but I would like to bring on this discussion table why child rights are important, and especially how the vision of society on the role of the child can affect children's development and chances of life, and of course, of the future adult. Furthermore, in this discussion, we may be able to appreciate how literature can influence society to position children appropriately in their decisions and practices. Ladies and gentlemen, children have always been viewed differently in history. Looking at this part of the world, and I cannot even tell you about my part of the world, at different historical periods, it is clear that the child and childhood was naturally interpreted in very interesting ways. As an accomplished adult in the Roman times, as a creature without a voice, even a slight notion of possession of rights in the Middle Ages. In the 16th century, children were considered as being underdeveloped duplications of their parents. And I must say, at that time, the examples that we have are of boys and fathers. The other girls were nowhere. Confirming that a child is not an individual before reaching adulthood. Here, I would like to say that in my own context in Africa, especially the girl child was a possession, like any other possession that the head of household owned. During the Renaissance in Western Europe culture, there's a big development towards the child being considered as an individual and the need to invest and educate the child beyond teaching them how to behave, which is a new and better development. I do not think I need to talk about more details, but what I wanted to point out is that in different historical periods, as well as in different parts of the world, the place and role of the child has been dynamic, reflecting religion, philosophy, and socio-political order. However, what is common and has not changed for centuries is that the world of children has usually been presented from an adult's point of view. Therefore, what impressed me most about Astrid's books was the protagonist, Pippi. She's a child, actually a 9-year-old girl, really a 9-year-old girl. And if I was to continue more specifications, a 9-year-old girl without parents, living and managing her life all by herself. The parallel today clearly is what we define and what we work for as UNICEF as the image of a child at risk. But what I would like to emphasize is the way Pippi is presented, not as a victim, not as a weak creature, but as a source of joy and curiosity who can take informed decisions about her own well-being and even managing to help and support others and defend their rights. From the eyes of a child, this is the real image of what we call empowerment. So we learn quite a lot for those of us in development from the work that we are reading. In the 1940s, that is the last century, when still there was no formulation of the child rights agenda, Astrid, through Pippi and all her other books, articulated in a fairy tale manner the concept of child rights, stipulated 5 decades later. Can you imagine? Because indeed, in the stories of Pippi's Longstocking, we can find examples of the key child rights from the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child that is adopted in 1989. And I'm sure this will be explored later in the panel that you have in the afternoon. But I can't fail but to mention a few, including the key principle of non-discrimination, which is life at the moment, as we discussed. No matter whether it is being a girl or a boy, or the color of your hair, whether you have freckles, you are poor, always considering the best interest of every child. And that is the core principle. The right to have a name and identity, the right of freedom of thought, conscience and expression, protection of privacy, especially in her Vera Vallecura, and access to information, protection from violence, from bullying, access to food, healthy environment, and health itself. All these are addressed in many of her writings. What matters when it comes to regulations and interpretations, including the conventions, are how they are interpreted. And in Pippi Longstockings, many of the rights are illustrated in amazingly cheerful stories, helping them to be easily understood, not only by children, but by adults. Hopefully, for example, the role of school and education per se is explained as becoming a meaningful person. This is what we are talking about today as functional literacy. Imagine, it is expressed in very interesting and colorful language, which some of us in development are not able to conceptualize. And not to forget, she keeps the balance between right to rest and play, combined with duties of housework, as we think about working online. And Pippi, for example, says, it is definitely best for little children to have a regular life, especially if they can regulate it themselves, letting the child to be independent and respect his or her perception. What wonderful thoughts. I think that each one of us can quote an interesting aspect of the books that we have read. In the world of Pippi, a big part of the imagination and her incredible stories from all over the world said strong messages. And for example, we can use one about how she interprets the lie and bring it to think about fake news today. So you can think about any of the readings or the writings, and you can interpret them and bring them to some of the things that we are facing today. But among the best achievements, as you know, is her fight against violence and corporal punishment. I am sure other speakers will analyze the powerful messages and incredible impact that Astrid Lindgren's speech, Never Violence, and the success in terms of changes in policies and practices in many parts of the world. However, although we are now all showing a full appreciation of the books, I have understood that sometimes after publishing the story of Pippi Longstocking, there was a movement to forbid it. The fact that the main character was too free and independent, courageous and daring, was taken as a threat to conservative parenting and against the society values of cultivating decent children in patriarchal families. Takes me very far back to my own time when taking girls to school was forbidden in my patriarchal society. The wave of child rights movements today remind me of that kind of time when they tried to ban Pippi Longstockings. But it is so important that we look at why children's interests go first, where there is no need to start by where there is a need to start by the different vulnerable and poor children, especially those ones left behind. Very, very important. To conclude, as the aim of the roundtable is to make a bridge between literature and real life, I would like to acknowledge Astrid Lindgren's talent, that through her imagination, she has found a very powerful tool to influence not only children, but also adults, including parents and policymakers. Literature and arts are important instruments to change beliefs and cultural norms, to ban and stop harmful practices, and to fight stereotypes. Stories and laws are both written on paper. However, it is the story that gives flesh to the legal articles and covenants. Even the most ratified convention in the world, which is our mission as UNICEF, the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, will not have real impact on the life of children unless it is understood and implemented in the best interest of the child. And for this, what really matters is the child's perspective. And therefore, we are so proud of Astrid Lindgren being such a strong advocate for children and her books being translated in so many, many languages and reaching millions of people. I understand that there will be a number of events this afternoon and the whole year. And we'll encourage you to organize roundtables, but this time jointly with children. They will definitely be a better specialist in Astrid Lindgren's books than many of us. And also because their opinion is equally important. Thank you very much. And I do appreciate the fact that you asked UNICEF to be on this panel. Thank you.
Изключително много благодаря на доктор Муита.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muita. While she was talking and asked whether literature can change the world, I remembered a story with Astrid Lindgren. Astrid Lindgren made a fine distinguishment between power and recognition. There was a point in her life when she could not write, she could give awards, take awards, give interviews, meet with journalists, and so on and so forth. But maybe this was worth it, so that she could understand what recognition means. What does she say to Professor Vera Gancheva in the interview? She told her about a meeting with readers. In the end of the meeting, a woman approached her and put in Astrid's hand a small note and went away. And when the great writer opened the note, she saw that there was a shopping list there: milk, salt, sugar, etc. And under the shopping list, maybe the woman did not have any other piece of paper. This woman had written, "Thank you so much for making a very bitter childhood sweeter." I think this is a good example of how literature can change the world. And we know how in Sweden, of course, Ambassador Ragnit can tell us more about this, but we know that Astrid Lindgren was so active that she was even able to change legislation. And now let's continue with the video address of Mrs. Elizabeth Dyer.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this important conference on never violence and the legacy of the Swedish author Astrid Lindgren. My name is Elisabeth Dahlin, and I'm the Ombudsman for Children in Sweden. The Ombudsman is an independent government agency on child rights, and we've been operating since 1993, based on the Paris Principles of Independence. We represent the rights of children and youth in Sweden according to the Convention of the Right of the Child. We monitor how the convention is followed in Sweden. We propose changes, legal changes or procedural changes if they are needed. We advocate, we participate in the public debate, and we are, of course, part of the International Child Rights Collaboration. We also do our own report to the Child Rights Committee in Geneva. There are some things that we do not do. We cannot yet interfere in individual cases, and we do not inspect or have a supervisory duty. But we have the authority to call and to consult with public bodies on all levels of society, which mean that we can actually intervene in systematic abuse on child rights. The Convention of the Right of the Child became national law in 2020. The decision was made by our parliament when they could see that many of the Swedish laws was in accordance with the convention, but that the implementation lacked on many levels. So for us, this has been a tremendous leap when it comes to implementing child rights by all governmental bodies in Sweden. Astrid Lindgren is probably the child author that is mostly read, at least from the Swedish perspective, in the world. She started the work on Never Violence with her very well-known speech, where she started to say, I believe that we should start from the bottom with the children. And she has set the agenda for many ways in which how we in Sweden look at children. If we look at her characters, for instance, Pippi Longstocking, the girl who lives alone in her house with an absent father, without a mother, and points the finger on many problems in society. We have the brothers Lionheart, from a time when Sweden was a very poor country, and tuberculosis was very common among people all over the country. And she deals with loneliness, she deals with death, love between siblings. We have the mischievous Meg, or Madicken, as we say in Sweden. The little brave girl does a lot of things that was not really appropriate at that time in history in Sweden. Or Ronja, the robber's daughter, the girl who lives out in the forest with a robber as a father. Many of the characters of Astrid Lindgren has been about children who are meeting challenges, children without appropriate care, children without the protection that each child is supposed to get. And I think she really paved the path for the Swedish law against corporal punishment. Violence against children is a huge problem in the whole world. And for the first time, violence against children is part of the global goals, goal 16.2, because it is an obstacle to development. And let me state, no violence against children is acceptable. All violence is preventable. And we can all do our share to stop violence against children. If we look in the global perspective, we can see to which extent children all over the world are being victims of severe violence. The total amount of children who are victims of violence during 1 year are approximately 1 billion children, or half of the world's children. In South Africa alone, 5 children die every week from domestic violence. And these figures are based on high qualitative data from 96 countries. We are worried also what we see in the aftermath of the COVID-19, when many families are under stress, where children are locked up in their homes, where children are not going to school, where children are not meeting other adults that can assist them if they are victims of violence. So we are worried that this figure might be very much bigger in the next coming years. But violence is an obstacle to development. Violence hits in all kinds of societies, in all kinds of families. Sweden, as I said earlier, was the first country in the world to prohibit corporal punishment. And I think that was a giant step because, and it was very much based on Astrid Lindgren, on faith-based organizations, on the civil society, and very brave parliamentarians. The legal prohibition came in 1979. At that time, the majority of the population was in favor of corporal punishment. In the 1960s, more than half of the parents believed that physical punishment was the only way to raise a child. We even had a proverb, the one you love, you beat. It was seen as the only instrument of raising your children. But brave legislators. And I would say, looking in hindsight, it's when the law can actually change our behavior, our way of acting. It's like wearing a seatbelt. A lot of people were against wearing a seatbelt in the cars. Our habits have changed. In Sweden and in many other countries, smoking in restaurants was seen as a human right, more or less. But many countries passed that law and our behavior changed. And I think sometimes the law really can be a way of changing our habits. In 1982, corporal punishment of children was actually incorporated under public prosecution. And in 1981, 90% of the Swedish families had knowledge about the prohibition. The picture you see are the milk packages, Swedish breakfast tables, Swedish dinner tables. You will almost always see a packet of milk. This was in a time when we had one TV channel, black and white. We didn't have iPhones, we didn't have social media, but the communication was done through the milk packages for 3 years. How can families act without violence? And it started a lot of these very important kitchen table discussions on what is good for the child. How do we raise a child in a positive way? How do we involve children in our discussions? When we took that decision in Sweden in 1979, many parts of the world laughed at us. I mean, how are we going to raise a child without beating them? Because that's how we were raised. That was how our parents were raised. That was kind of the way you treated children. I think it's very interesting to see today that 76 other countries have taken that decision on a total ban. Japan, Wales, and Scotland, actually now in November, have been the latest. That doesn't mean that we don't see violence in Sweden. There have been 11,000 police reports only last year, and about 14% leads to conviction. But the fact that there are many police reports does not indicate that there are more violence. It's actually that people report. If you talk to children in a preschool in Sweden or in school, it's such an odd thing to be beaten. So children will talk to the teacher or to other adults. It is not the normative change has been so big. I would argue that very few parents would, at a dinner party or talking with relatives or friends, even admit they have been beating their children. It's such a non-thing to do. And I think that attitude change, it took years, but it is there. But I would really underline the importance that children know that they should not be beaten in any way. And this development is very rapid. We can see it around the world. This is the Children's World Map that Save the Children has presented. You can see there's a lot of water. Many countries have not yet passed the law, but the moment is there, and as this is part of the global goals, I'm convinced that many more countries will take the bold step to stop and end all violence against children. So what was the aim and vision of the ban? It was never to put parents into prison. It was to change attitude and decrease the use of corporal punishment. And it was not to criminalize parental behavior, but to change the parental behavior. And it was important to have a large information campaign. And I would really underline that each generation needs to be one. This is not one thing that can be done in a couple of years. It's a continuous process. And it doesn't happen by itself. It needs to involve all stratas of society. Preschools and schools play a very important role to discuss violence, different kind of violence and negligence, how you prevent violence, that it should be part of the curriculum in schools and preschools. And most Swedish children actually go to preschool, usually from the age of 1 or 2. It involves parental training, pre-antenatal training, training for new parents to discuss child rearing in a wide spectrum. It's the medical service. The medical service when you meet children, when you meet parents, to ask about violence. And if you see signs of violence, report them immediately, help the parents to become better parents. And the dare to ask issue. Do ask if you suspect. either as a teacher or as a medical officer, a relative. Do ask, because sometimes parents beat the kids because they're frustrated from other things, or that they are having a psychological problem. But think, it's actually the future of the child. So do dare to ask, because then people can get help. An important part is the media. I would say, like in Japan, that passed that historical decision last year, it was very much based on a media campaign where very tragically 2 young children were beaten to death in their homes. And the media started a huge campaign and enforced the whole discussion both in parliament and in civil society, which meant that it was a very quick process in parliament. But the media is not only there to highlight issues when we have tragical cases, but also the educational part. And I would underline, most parents want to be the best parent they can be for the kids. So the way of learning more about child rearing is also very important. But it has to also be part of the curriculum for doctors, for teachers, psychologists, social workers, to include violence in the curriculum, so people know both to prevent and to act when things happen. One part that we've seen both in Sweden and in many, many other countries is the role of civil society when it comes to prevent violence against children, and not least the faith-based organizations. There have been so many examples globally where faith-based organizations have really pushed the needle, set the agenda. What is a happy family? Is it one that you beat your partner, your wife, your children? Or is it one where you communicate and where you care about each other? And I'd said I put my hat off for many of the faith-based organizations in this work. And they are also very much part of the global partnership to prevent violence, to end violence against children of the UN, that is there to enhance the global work on the global work on goal 16.2. But finally, I think it's in the societies where we can see a decreasing level of violence against children. It's actually, we're talking about the bringing up of children. We all want to be the best parent. We all want the best for our children. How can we do it? We need to discuss it, and we need to challenge ourselves. If we look on the consequences of corporal punishment, I rather always talk about the positive parts of non-violence, but I think it's also important to see the consequences of corporal punishment. The behavior problems in children, the post-traumatic stress syndrome that we can see in children who have been the victims of violence, criminal behaviors and obesity. There's a strong correlation with that, and that is shown by global research. There are also some correlation with the lower degree of education. Recent results from the University of Manitoba actually shows that children who are victims of violence actually get bruises on the brains, which doesn't enhance the learning. So children who are victims of violence usually do not reach the school results they would reach otherwise. But I think one thing is the change in parental behavior. How do we act if we look at the child as a competent individual? When we raise the child in a way that we are reasoning with the child, explaining with the child, it changes the whole way that we relate to one another in the family. And finally, I think it's important to see it's possible to change attitudes. It's not easy. There will always be cases of violence. There will always be parents for various reasons do use violence against the children. But I'd really like to show you this slide. If we see the attitudes towards corporal punishment in Sweden and what happened after the law was approved in 1979, we can see that change in attitudes can be made. We all have to collaborate around it, but a law can actually change the way we think, the way we act, and our attitudes. I like the quote of Astrid Lindgren: "A child that is surrounded by love and love its parents learns from them a loving attitude towards the whole of its environment and retains the attitude for the whole of its life." Thank you.
И аз много благодаря на нашата събеседничка.
Also, thank you. I hope that we'll be able to meet Miss Darin in Sofia when the times are right. I remembered the message "Dare to Ask," and she got me thinking how our desire to be perfect parents is in collision with our desire to have perfect children, and probably all problems related to violence spring from this willingness to ensure perfection. It is 11 o'clock sharp, and I'm thinking now it's the time to move on to the first panel of our meeting to discuss the messages of Astrid Lindgren in Bulgaria, in Sweden, and around the world. I would like to pass over to Professor Dr. Svetlana Stoicheva, who is going to discuss the Astrid Lindgren phenomenon today. I'm extremely happy to welcome you, Professor Stoicheva. You have the floor.
Okay. Аз също много се радвам. И разбира се, поздравявам организаторите за красивата тема и за организацията. Поздравявам високите гости. Поздравявам участниците. Поздравявам приятелите си сред участниците, с които много отдавна не съм се виждала. Сега, да, докато слушах предишните презентации, изложения, помислих какъв скок между времето и ситуацията изобщо, когато излизат първите книги на Астрид Линдгрен и сегашното и буквално вграждане, институционализиране, едва ли не, вградено в пактове и норми и вече тя.
Books, today we have acts and norms passed.
Почти такова влияние, каквото Рьорих на времето изиграва.
She played as big a role as Rorich played back.
Така на българската гледна точка, какво огромно влияние има и с личността си, с
standpoint, Pippi Longstocking also has had a huge influence, and Astrid Lindgren has had a huge influence as a writer, but also as a public figure.
Това е кръгла маса по условие.
This is a round table discussion.
Доктор Джейн Муита очерта проблематика интересна около Астрид Линдгрен и около книгата. Аз ще се опитам да продължа това окръгляне на проблематиката.
And I'll also try to cast a global look to these issues.
За която най-малко съм искала да говоря и да анализирам.
This is a book that I have never been extremely willing to analyze or to speak about.
Тази книга не се анализира, тази книга се помни буквално. Може би най-трудно съм се разделила с първата си среща, когато самата аз съм била на 9 години. Но така или иначе, сега ще опитам, както казах, да продължа да проблематизирам книгата и в същото време много ми се иска да сложим тази книга на средата на масата, на средата на кръглата маса и някакси да я оживим. Но нека да започнем от годината на превода на книгата на български. 1968 година. Няма да скрия, че това много силно ме изненада. защото участвах в цяла конференция преди години за 1968 година. И тогава не се сетих, че всъщност Пипи дългото чорапче е преведена и де факто влиза в българската култура в тази година. Тогава аз избрах да говоря за връбчетата на Радичков, чето първо издание от същата година. И сега вече си дадох сметка какво би било, ако бях говорила и за Пипи дългото чорапче в сравнение. Разбира се, ще има една много голяма разлика, и тя е в подтекста на българската авторска приказка, не само на ние връбчетата, изобщо на българската авторска приказка по времето на социализма. Тоест, подтекстът е категорично ориентиран към възрастните. Тя е, така да се каже, зоповска приказка и за деца и за възрастни, даже по-малко за деца, отколкото за възрастни. Тогавашната критика предпочита да насочва някои книги към детската аудитория, за да ги обезоръжи, така да се каже. Докато Пипи дългото чорапче на всички е ясно, че не говори, нищо не казва на възрастните, някак си над главите на детските си читатели. Тя говори и общува със своите, откровено със своите читатели. Има много ирония, хумор и ирония в тази книга, но тя също не е насочена към възрастните. Те не са някак си даже атакувани, те са маргинални и в присъствието си
The adults somehow remain marginal. They are not even being attacked.
Те не се призовават индиректно да решават детските проблеми.
They are not called upon indirectly to solve children's problems. They are rather called upon
те знаят как. И Пипи казва, и така ясно показва начините. Не случайно девизът на Пипи е все някак ще се оправя. Това е нейният девиз.
I will be fine.
Освен това, разбира се, и аз ще наблегна на тази предпоставка за раждането на Пипи, като на всички е ясна домашната история с болната и дъщеря. Не говоря за тази предпоставка. Говоря за предпоставката за тази героиня, за раждането на тази героиня, която да бъде противопоставена на всички възможни конвенции. В разгорещените спорове за едно ориентирано към самите деца образование, фактически аз се принудвам да взема страна именно чрез тази своя сътворена героиня.
Астрид Линдгрен takes a real position through Pippi Longstocking. So if we can discuss Pippi as an experimental construct, the root causes for the birth of this character are in the pedagogical literature in Sweden during the 30s and the 40s.
Абсолютно нов разказвач, който говори и пише последователно от гледна точка на детето. Това, като го казвам,
Astrid is a storyteller
да се реализира никак не е лесно. И аз много внимателно препрочетох тази книга от тази гледна точка. Дали все пак възрастният, например, не се е изкушил да направи някоя друга шегичка, която всъщност детето не може да направи. Но това в скоби. Така, за това фактически Пипи е създадена като точно обратното на идеалното шведско момиченце от 40 години. Разбира се, идеалното дете е представено от съиграчите на Пипи, Томи и Аника. Тя е абсолютно всичко друго, но не и това идеално дете.
Pippi is everything else but an ideal child. She has no manners.
Така, и с заявяването на себе си. Другото, което е интересно, че оригиналният ръкопис
Also, it is very interesting that the original manuscript was written in 1941 by Asтрид Линдгрен, and for 4 years this manuscript didn't find a way to a publishing house. Because it is a homemade manuscript.
Аз нямам тази възможност. Но интересно е, че критиците казват, шведските, че е много по-малко шлифован стилистично, много по-радикален в своето послание. Изследователката Ула Лундквист сравнява двете версии и казва, че ранният ръкопис е бил много по-малко уважаващ възрастните и всякакви авторитети, отколкото публикуваната версия в 45. Така че това наистина би било много любопитно да се види.
I would be very curious to see this manuscript myself.
Самата Астрид Линдгрен все пак имала едно такова осцилиране между да бъде малко по-прибрана, не толкова провокативна, и е тръгнала с едни момичешки книги, но в края на кращата книгата също се оказва с една собствена енергия, с едно собствено устройство, което буквално революционизира наистина тогава. Когато и също веднага всъщност и децата създават ореола около книгата, не по-малко.
And children immediately created a halo around this book.
Дори и в края на краищата, дори да е забележителен конструкт Пипи, този конструкт абсолютно изглежда не като конструкт, а е напълно жив. Казва, че самата Линдгрен винаги е притежавала в огромна степен тази първенина, тази енергия.
They say it was very energetic, very agile, a woman of a sharp mind, a daring woman, but also a caring woman. All these are characteristics of Pippi as well. And not only, all of this is characteristic of her other characters.
На разбойника.
For instance, Ronja, from Ronja, the
все пак да се докоснем до Пипи, до авторката и до преводачката. Единствено това би могло да се случи чрез текста.
And this could only happen. Madam Stoicheva, apologies for interrupting you, but you are somehow speaking in the English channel and you are disrupting the interpretation, so could you please switch this channel off? There is this sphere in the bottom. Please turn off the interpretation channel because you are creating a double sound in the system. Apologies for interrupting you. Please put it on off. Now, how is it now? Is it okay? Can you hear both the interpretation and the Bulgarian separately? Now we'll try to speak together, and is it okay? No, it's not okay. Could you select the Bulgarian button? Leave it as it is. Sorry for interrupting you. Please continue. Let's try if I switch English on, what goes on. No, forget it. So my idea was to open the book but I would like to remind you of some elements in the book.
Ето, например, този знаменателен момент, който наистина показва, буквално така създава някакъв символ на нейното усещане за свобода. Пипи тръгна по улицата, с единия си крак стъпваше на ръба на тротуара, а с другия на паважа. Томи и Аника я проследиха с очи, докато се скриха от погледа им. След малко тя се върна, сега пък вървеше заднешком. Правеше го, за да си спести обръщането, когато тръгнеше обратно към дома. Защо вървя заднешком ли? Възкликна Пипи. Не живеем ли в свобода?
Going backwards. Why am I going backwards? Well, we live in a free country. Anyone can choose how to walk. This is a key moment in the book. Only here in Bulgaria, people think that, only here in our country, people think that children shouldn't enter the water pits. For instance, in America, water pits are full of children. So everything outside this small town is very exotic, and this is what she uses to justify her little white lies. Another excerpt. Tommy said, now you're lying. And Pippi replies, yes, I'm lying. It's very ugly to lie. Yes, it is very ugly to lie. But sometimes I forget this, you know. And how can you expect from a child whose mother is an angel and whose father is a king to always tell the truth? Annika says, Mom says it's always wrong to lie. Annika, says Tommy, Pippi doesn't lie. She just imagines and invents things. This is a good example. Another one. You're very stupid. I'm asking you, have you really seen someone with such big ears? No, there is nobody with such big ears. It would be extremely strange. You can't be someone with such big ears. In Shanghai, I found somebody with extremely big ears. She also called Shanghai Hanshai, etc. When she considers she's being taken seriously, Pippi admits to lying. I sometimes lie so hard that my tongue turns red. How can you imagine that someone can go for 6 months without eating? Games and playing games are the essence of the child's existence, and the quintessential question that is being asked in this book is, what are we going to do now? And usually Pippi says, I don't know what you're going to do, but I have no time. I'm always very busy because I always look for things. And she turns Tommy and Annika for people who look for things. For instance, there is the story when she teaches Tommy and Annika how to search for things in the old tree trunk Also, Pippi is the director of the adventures. Tommy and Annika can't even imagine that what they were doing without Pippi. Sometimes she also played performances in front of the windows of Tommy and Annika. She would hide things in the tree trunk to make the adventure more interesting. Pippi is somebody who manages the causal logic and uses it to make the adventure much more interesting. At another instance, when she sees Tommy and Annika off, she tells them, go home so that you can come back tomorrow, because if you can't come back tomorrow, it will be a disaster. When asked why she's wearing oversized shoes, she says, in order to be able to move my toes while I'm sleeping. Or she convinces them that the only correct way to go to sleep is putting your feet on the pillow. Or why she decided to go to school, because she wanted to have vacations, because somebody who doesn't go to school doesn't have vacations. And I believe that Pippi is a very challenging book to translate, but also it is a great pleasure to be the translator of Pippi. And I would imagine that it is as difficult, but also as pleasant to translate Pippi as it is to translate Shakespeare, for instance. For instance, when she had robbers in her house, she tells them, I don't want you to tell me tuck, but at least tell me tick. This is a pun that is extremely difficult to translate. Pippi also generates impressive sentences, such as Winnie the Pooh. When asked by the police, are you the girl who lives in this house? She says, no, I'm a little auntie who lives at the other end of town. Also, Astrid Lindgren uses a lot of metaphors. For instance, can we eat with our hands? As you wish, but I myself am going to eat using my mouth. Also, phraseologisms are very important in Astrid Lindgren's work. There will hardly be a more shipwrecked person than myself. The parody of school songs is another element in the book. First of all, we see the song itself, and then we see the parody that Pippi uses. The irony, what she tells her friends is, stay here and study. And I hope some knowledge also comes into my head. I wouldn't say that I need so much knowledge. A refined lady, for instance, in Australia, knows nothing. However, imagine, Pippi says, and press, imagine, Pippi says, and pressed her nose. When we learn how many contodots there are in the world, some of them dies and they are one contodot less. And then I will never be a refined lady. There are also internal quotations taken from other books. For instance, 15 ghosts in the dead man's coffin. Here is what we read in this book. This quote is from another book, an urban book. There are also indirect quotes from Winnie the Pooh, or stories used based on Winnie the Pooh, for instance, the rusty box that they find when scouting for things. Andersen is also an influence for Astrid Lindgren. For instance, the melody that was reminding the children of my dear Augustine. The book itself should go together with the exact addressees, the 9-year-olds, namely. However, there is something that makes Pippi a universal character, and this is my key question in my analysis. Astrid Lindgren uses the formula of the folk story for her books. She was raised hearing folk stories, so she uses the formula of folk stories throughout her works. Time and space, however, are more modern. For instance, the space, the picturesque nature, Villa Villicula, the urban environment, the circus, the moral and conservative climate of the small town is always present. We also immersed in the psychological infrastructure of the small town. Then the space is expanded to cover Stockholm. Astrid Lindgren moves to live in Stockholm, and all of a sudden Stockholm becomes the environment of her books. We know that she was made, or she had to leave her son with adoptive parents, with foster parents, rather at her early motherhood, until she could provide for her son herself and raise her son on her own. Obviously, this was a huge trauma for Astrid Lindgren, and this is how she saw Stockholm, through this trauma. Time is also important. Time is the pre-industrial time, because money goes for buying candy. If you ask a child of today if they had money, what they would be spending this money on, they wouldn't say candy. Today's children live in virtual space rather than in the natural space. the author uses folk archetypes as a structure, but instead of using a magical folk character, she uses personalities who are an embodiment of children's dreams, such as Pippi, such as Carlson. These characters are always deprived of something. For instance, Pippi doesn't have a mother, but Pippi is not a miserable child, and Dr. Jane Muita mentioned that in her intervention. In Pippi Longstocking, we are not waiting for the happy ending. Her freedom is overcompensated from the very beginning, and she's in control of her own situation. And when asked whether she lives with her mother and father, she replies happily, no. And she is able to improve Annika's and Tommy's boring life. And also, although she has the power of Hercules, she is nobody from the mythology. Only child's fantasy can turn a child into a super child. Professor Stoicheva, can we ask you to wrap up? It is a thrilling presentation, but we don't have enough time. The fantastic element is also there, but this is not fantasy. She's not the talking of her time. The fantastic is internalized in the character of Pippi. The same is with Carlson. But the interpretation of the children is different from that of the adults, including the brothers Lionhearts. Lindgren is universal because she solves the battle, not the battle between good and bad, but she solves psychological issues relevant to children based on the battle between the good and the bad. She does not put order in the world, but she puts a childlike order in the adult world, which is in essence an unjust world. Thank you for taking longer, but it was my pleasure.
Thank you very much, Professor Stoicheva. We know that all these presentations are very interesting, but I would like to ask you now to try to stick to the 15-minute window for presentations. And now with great curiosity, I will give the floor to Antonia Gospodinova and Nadezhda Mikhailova, who will tell us more on the topic of the works of Astrid Lindgren in the context of the Scandinavian literature for children, tradition and innovation. I don't know how it will work right now because they have, the two of them announced this topic. Yes, thank you for this opportunity to be part of this forum. We represent Faculty of Linguistics at Sofia University, where Professor Gancheva was for long years a teacher and a head. We'll try to present together with Antonia Gospodinova the works of Astrid Lindgren in the context of Scandinavian literature. I will start and then she will continue. Well, Astrid Lindgren is a phenomenon in Swedish literature. Her books have been translated into 70 languages. They're part of our childhood. Regardless of the culture we belong, they're filled in with universal messages about the soul, creativity, and fantasy of children. For the need to think outside the box and question authority and rules. And we must remember that they're part, however, of the general Scandinavian tradition of storytelling, which goes back to sagas, eddies, and other poems. The first Scandinavian writer who developed child literature in the Nordic countries was Hans Christian Andersen, who worked at the boundary between romanticism and realism in Denmark, and he was based himself on folklore tradition. He developed the most appropriate genre for himself, which romanticists called the authentic Danish genre. In Denmark, attention was directed towards this fantasy or fairy tale genre with Aladdin in 1805 and in 1821 when Brother Grimm's tales were translated into Danish. In 1823, there were other publications from Matthias Winter and so on. In his childhood, Andersen listened to authentic fairy tales. He was influenced and inspired by Ludwig Tieck and E.T.A. Hoffman.
А тоя да му давам ли...
Marcella's microphone is on, so we hear two people. So the Danish author understood that storytelling means more active interaction between the storyteller and the reader, the listener. Andersen understood that listeners are interested. He started reading to his friends, and he shares all this information in his journal. When people listened to him, both adults and children were able to feel the whole range of emotions. And probably thanks to this, Anderson for the first time understood the possibilities of the so-called dual articulation, that is to target both children and adults at the same time. From then on, literature for children in the Nordic countries carries this feature, and Astrid Lindgren took the same approach. She says that in books, things can happen that can be enjoyed only by children. Of course, in books there can be enjoyable things both for adults and children, but never things that are entertaining only for adults, because this would be very rude to children. 1835 is a very important year for Andersen. he didn't have great expectations for his first book of fairy tales. It was called the book Fur. 7 months later, the second volume was published. And in 1838, Andersen started a new book in 3 parts or volumes, and they were published in 1838, 39, and 1842. So between 1835 and 1872, Andersen published 156 fairy tales and stories of his. There were several stages in his work. We can judge even by the names, the titles, and the subtitles. In the period 1835-42, Andersen called them stories told to children. Then new stories appeared in 1843, 1848. And during the third stage of his work, starting from 1850 onwards, the author usually uses the word historier, that is history, or a story rather than a fairy tale. History is a more general concept and term, and it means a story. Initially, Andersen started with well-known folk stories, but he processes them and developed them. For example, many of his stories were based on such folklore motifs. There is a total of 7 such stories. And stories allowed Andersen to express his opinion freely, to criticize, and without really bearing full responsibility, as if he talking from a person who knows everything. While in a folklore story, characters do not have their own proper names, with Andersen they are individualized, they have various features, character, which is in contrast to folklore stories. Another feature of his works is irony, the comic features of his characters as well. And while in fables there is moral in the end, with Andersen, stories raise questions rather than providing answers. Most of them are, in fact, with open ending. And later on, this trend became something like the typical feature of Scandinavian child literature, where small readers are left to make conclusions on their own. With Andersen, the plot and also the choices of characters do not follow the principles and models of folk stories. What is new here is that he introduced the so-called cyclic composition, as it is with the Ice Queen. And this cyclic composition directs us towards the idea of eternity and repetition. Thus, story is transformed into an universal story. The first experiment of Andersen is with Likens Galosher from 1838. He experiments with language. He used even coined words, which makes his stories very difficult for translation. But this involves the readers a lot. There's sometimes direct addresses to them, thus creating empathy. Such techniques we can discover in other well-known Scandinavian storytellers as Selma, Lagerlöf, Astrid Lindgren, and Tove Jansson. Andersen combines elements from oral and written tradition and transformed the folk story in a literary form. And the characters are not collective images, but emblematic figures. The language is simple and the plot is also simple, but they're just the basis on which the author demonstrates his skills of a master of words. And Andersen discovers the most appropriate form by developing and giving new interpretation of existing forms. So the style he works on is unique. On the other hand, he was able to keep the aura of the oral tradition using the already mentioned techniques. Throughout his professional life, he looked for the approval of the serious public, the adults, but it was the children who remained his biggest audience. Asbjørnsen and Mu, they also work in the same genre of stories, and they are often called the Norwegian Grimm brothers, although they were not relatives at all. Writing down stories and fables, they started doing separately, but in 1837 they started working together, maybe influenced by the collection of fairy tales of the Grimm brothers. The idea belonged to Mu, but Asbjørnsen insisted that the stories were written down and retold very closely to the oral popular or folk tradition. And in 1852 and 1872, new publications of these stories were made. Jørgen Mu collected, studied, and also reworked Norwegian popular or folk tales, and he was influenced by Andersen a lot. The book I Bronden og I Kjørnet, published in 1851, laid the foundation of child literature in Norway. Before that, there was almost no literature intended for children. They mainly had translated literature and were didactic in character, while in the stories about Beate and Viggo, told by Jørgen Mu, child experience became the center of storytelling. Until 2013, the book was published. There were 10 publications, 10 editions in Norway, and now, more than 160 years later, this is one of the favorable books of Norwegian children. In the second half of the 19th century, Scandinavian child literature continued developing with the Swedish writer Anna Wallenberg and Helena Newblom. These authors combine very many motifs, characters from the Swedish folklore. The novel of Ellen Key's Barnets Arhundrade, published in 1900, attracted the attention to the world of the child. Ellen Key raised questions about marriage and maternity. She was a feminist in her beliefs, and she expressed her liberal position and opinion regarding the role of women and children. Social relations were treated through the angle of the child. And Ellen Key influenced Astrid Lindgren most of anyone else. The most important author who really gave impetus to the development of child literature after Lindgren is the Nobel Award winner Selma Lagerlöf. She was born in Vermland. She knew a lot about the folk traditions, stories, and legends. Her first novel, Josta Berling, the saga about Josta Berling, was influenced by the environment in Vermland and addresses topics, the topics of love and duty. She became a director of a girls-only school in Landskron. She's also the author of many novels and fiction and short stories. The incredible journey of Nils Holmgren through Sweden, in fact, was intended as a book or handbook on geography. A 14-year-old naughty boy, Nils, was punished for the troubles he made. And there is also a small dwarf involved. But he travels through Sweden all the time. Selma Lagerlöf used a different perspective because Niels flew over the country. And Niels learned a lot, learned about the good, about life experience, and so on. Dr. Mikhailov, I am really concerned that we are running out of time. We discover lots of the techniques of storytelling that Hans Andersen introduced earlier. But what distinguishes Selma Lagerlöf is her didactic position regarding morality, the principles of behavior, and subversion of children. Andersen confirms the good, and allows the reader to make his or her own conclusions. But it is not so with Selma Lagerlöf. She does not allow the reader any alternative. There are many also painters and other artists involved as Elsa Beskov and so on. So Astrid Lindgren stands out among all these representatives, all this generation of authors of child books. She started writing in 1944, but she soon quickly became a very important figure. Her first debut novel was The Journal of Brit Marie, but she became popular with the publication of Pippi Longstocking. And the book is a natural continuation of the development of child literature in the Nordic countries, which started with Andersen. Astrid Lindgren took from Selma Lagerlöf her love for the typical Swedish spirit, nature, and beauty of life. From Ellen Key, I'm sorry, but we don't hear the speaker. We don't hear the speaker. Maybe the speaker is not using the microphone. We don't hear the speaker. I'm sorry, we don't hear the speaker. I'm very sorry, we don't hear the speaker. The didactic tone of the child literature created so far was replaced forever. We don't hear. The interpreters don't hear. Astrid Lindgren created great characters, Pippi, who is able to challenge everyone, who is very strong and is master of her own life. The speaker, we don't hear the speaker well. The connection is not good.
Може би да продължим с доктор Господинова, защото става все по-мъчителна връзката. Аз се надявам в един момент всички тези изказвания да бъдат събрани в сборник. Надявам се, че ще имаме разбирането и на столичната библиотека за това.
Suggest we move on to Dr. Господинова.
Да, ще се постарая
And please be brief. I'll try to be as brief as possible. However, I will start by saying that the first literary attempt of Astrid Lindgren was her military diary up until 45, and it was written in times when she didn't debut as a writer. Nobody even knew about the existence of this diary until 2013, when this diary was discovered. And in 2015, the diary was published by Karen Newman.
Дневникът в известна степен се оказва своеобразна, може би несъзнателна подготовка за бъдещото литературно поприще на Астрид Линдгрен. В него тя се изявява като автор с собствен оформен стил.
Prediction of what the Astrid Lindgren is going to be as an author with her own style. She not just describes the events from these troublesome times, she is very moved by them. The diary is a living text in which the story of the tragic events is coupled with wise remarks. Later on, it was published under the title If the World Wasn't a Crazy Place. The idea to write the book of Pippi Longstocking was born in 1945 when the idea to publish this book was born in 1945 when the war was over.
Кажа това, че през 1944 година Астрид Линдгрен оформя историята в книга, която обаче отхвърлена от издателството.
The bedtime stories that she told to her daughter into a book, but the first publishing house that she approached rejected this manuscript. A year on, she sent the manuscript to a competition for children's books, and the book was approved for publishing on the 21st of May 1945, which coincides with the birthday of her daughter. The story of the unusual girl with speckles and strange red braids is in contrast with the traditional understanding about the child and the children's upbringing. According to Astrid Lindgren, we need to treat children with the same respect that we treat the adults, giving them a chance to get to know the world, unleashing their imagination. Through the character of Pippi, Astrid Lindgren for the first time introduces the idea of the so-called competent child, a term that was born much later in time, and that is broadly used in child psychology in the Scandinavian country. Pippi is an autonomous child who is capable of living alone and taking care of itself alone. In the words of Dion Sommer, the Danish psychologist, the balance between autonomy and taking the opinion of the others into consideration has become a natural part of the upbringing of children in the Scandinavian country. Pippi demonstrates brave individuality and independence on the one hand, but on the other hand, she shows care for the others. Astrid Lindgren stresses the unusualness of Pippi, giving her an image, outer image that reflects her inner individuality. Pippi is extremely happy with her appearance, and she stresses that at all points in time. She is very much interested in what goes on around her, and she learns things about society through exploring. The knowledge that her father is constantly thinking about her and that her mother is looking at her from heavens gives her additional security. and reassures her. Astrid Lindgren grasps the attention of children by turning simpler things in interesting and fun things. What is typical of her is the combination of joy and sorrow, of laughter and tears, of order and chaos. This style was later on adopted by other Scandinavian writers of children's books. A little after Astrid Lindgren published her books on Pippi, the Norwegian poet Inger Hagerup, who is a prominent writer, started writing for children. Hagerup, in the first post-war years, also turned her eyes to the world of children, influenced by Astrid Lindgren. She introduces the nonsense genre in the Norwegian literature. Her first collection of poems for children is called Sarart, or How Rare. This book is directly influenced by the strange characters of Astrid Lindgren. Another interesting Norwegian writer, Sinken also uses the same genre, the nonsense literature. We cannot say for sure to what extent Hagerup and Hopp were directly influenced by Astrid Lindgren's style, or is it a typological kind of similarity? But it is a fact that within the first 5 years after the war, several Scandinavian writers and female writers at that start paying attention to the world of children and started writing for children. For me, this is a reaction towards war, towards the trauma that it inflicted on children. This is a reaction or response towards the corporal violence against children, and it is the Scandinavian female writers that placed children in the focus of attention. In an interview, UNESCO, the well-known Norwegian writer, who is also a writer of books for children, could you please change your channel? Somehow you're speaking over the interpreter.
Не off, на off е в момента. Другото е English. В едно свое интервю казва, че едно от главните заслуги на Астрид Линдгрен е, че тя изхвърля морализма от детската литература.
Achievements of Astrid Lindgren is that she threw away moralism from children's literature.
На детето се оставя възможността да изследва, да разсъждава и само да достига до
is given the opportunity to explore and draw conclusions on their own. In the works of modern Scandinavian authors, we are not finding a beautified picture of the world On the contrary, children are brought up in a strict manner. They are left to explore the world on their own and cope with the challenges. It is a well-known fact that one learns from mistakes that they make, and the children are not spared anything. On the contrary, in the children's literature in the Scandinavian countries, we see provocative topics and taboo topics. The happiest people in the world base their happiness on realistic expectations. The old scars are memories from experience.
Десетилетие след десетилетие Астрид Линдгрен е номинирана за Нобелова награда.
Years, Astrid Lindgren has been nominated for Nobel Prize.
Дава следното обяснение в едно интервю за Автонбладе от 2002 година.
Kerstin Ekman says the members of the Nobel Committee do not read children's literature and they do not have the necessary competence for that. This is how she explains the fact that Astrid Lindgren was not nominated. It was never given a Nobel Prize. When asked what she considers to be a good book, she responds, a book simply needs to be a good book. I can't give you any other answer. This was my conclusion, and thank you for your attention. Thank you, Antonia, for this very interesting presentation. We have a request from the interpreters to keep within the 15-minute time allotted to each of the speakers. I find it very difficult to interrupt, but please stick to the 15 minutes windows. Passing over now to Evgenia Tetimova, who is going to speak on the translation and perception of Pippi Longstocking in Bulgaria. Greetings to the organizers and all guests and colleagues. I hope you can hear me well, and I hope I'm not interfering in any of the channels. Is that okay? I'm going to speak about interpretation, but I hope that I'm not intervening with anyone. I'm going to talk about the Bulgarian life of the works of Astrid Lindgren. It started in 1959 when The Little Guy and Carlson of the Roof was published in Bulgaria. Although this was an indirect translation, it was a translation from Russian, but still it is very true to the original. Vera Gancheva focused on the benefits of this translation. Vera Gancheva says, although this translation is not from the original language, it is as fresh and as indigenous as if it was translated from Sweden. The translations from Swedish start being published in 1968. Vera Gancheva is an author of a number of the translations of Lindgren's books from Swedish. Her active role as a translator and editor is characterized with pioneering spirit and an attempt to present the diverse Scandinavian literature. During her studies in Sweden and in the years after that, she got to know and translated to Bulgarian emblematic books for the Scandinavian literature. Strindberg, Hamsun, Johann Borgen, Stromer, and Astrid Lindgren are among the authors that she translated into Bulgarian. The translation of Pippi Longstocking is one of the first professional and direct translations from Swedish into Bulgarian. When it came to the Bulgarian book market, the Bulgarian audience already knew very well the Scandinavian literature, because since the end of the 19th century, big Danish, Norwegian, and Swedish authors found their place in the Bulgarian book market. Vera Gancheva made a debut as a translator from Swedish with the translation of Pippi Longstocking. She shared this with the audience in one of her interviews, where she says that her translation of Pippi was her first serious attempt to translate from Scandinavian languages. She says that this was a very difficult task for her, a very big responsibility, but also an adventure. She spent a lot of time and efforts to learn about the renowned author and about the language of the book. At the beginning, she believed that Pippi Longstocking was a children's book with a funny title, but later on she understood the other advantages of the book. When comparing the translation, we can say that Vera did a marvelous job translating this book. Her translation not just presents Astrid Lindgren's in Bulgaria, but asserts this writer as a beloved and favorite writer of many generations to come. This first translation by Vera lays the foundations for Scandinavian translations to Bulgarian. It was republished many times after the first edition in 1968. Excerpts from this book are present in the textbooks of Bulgarian language for the third graders. This translation is well accepted by generations of Bulgarian children, which is another assertion and another proof of the high quality of this translation. For it, Vera Gancheva was awarded the Hans Christian Andersen Award. Also, she translated My Dear Mio, The Brothers with Lion Heart, and The Children of Troublemaker Street. Vera Gancheva publishes a number of articles dedicated to Astrid Lindgren. She says that Astrid Lindgren is the strongest, the biggest writer globally, an author that prevents us from growing up. Vera Gancheva also said that Astrid Lindgren died at the age of 94 without becoming a boring old lady. The Swedish model of a rebel and feminist is also a title of another article by Vera Gancheva. The translation of the Pippi Longstocking itself is also the focal point in a number of articles that stress the masterful selection of words by Vera Gancheva, even in the title itself. The very choice of a title is a prerequisite for the success of the translation. The character Pippi is an unusual child. Her speech is characterized with puns, agility, plasticity, inventions. And it is very interesting how Vera Gancheva managed to very well translate these words in Bulgarian. She sticks to the original, but also she uses words that are adequate to the Bulgarian reality. It is obvious that she is a master of the children's language. And she learned about the child's language by listening to children playing in the street. I would like to quote the book and the dialogue between Pippi and Annika. That is very childlike. I'm asking you whether you have a mother and a father. No, I don't have a mother and a father, said Pippi happily. So who would tell you when to go to bed and what to do? I'm on my own. And first of all, I tell myself kindly to go to bed. If I refuse, then I would ask myself kindly once again. And if I refuse once again, there will be smurry, there will be racketing. You see how adequately Vera Gancheva found the best words in Bulgarian. I would like to quote another rhyme, but I would read it in Swedish first. The presenter is reading in Swedish. This is a quote from their first pancake party. It was translated in Bulgarian in the following: we are going to mix pancakes here, we are going to bake cookies. So much from me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Evgenia Tetimova. And now I'm fast to pass on the floor to Associate Professor Boris Minkov. And Vera Gancheva insisted very much that he was part of this round table.
Благодаря ти, Марине. Благодарности
за
възможността за участие. Благодарности към Марин, лично и към Столична библиотека, към всички организатори за това, което направиха. Наистина това беше необходимо да стане, да се случи, независимо в какъв вид
necessary event, regardless of its form and format.
Марин един ден ме изненада с това, че Вера Ганчева му е подсказала и каква трябва да бъде моята тема. Например, нещо като поетика на пространството на Гастон Башлар и Вио Великова. По такъв начин нямах като че ли изобщо начин да реагирам.
Прекъсвам. Дали само може да проверим в вашия канал за превод дали е различен от английски?
Can we please check whether maybe you're also speaking in the interpretation channel, maybe you're talking in the English channel, if you can please switch on
лентата с всички
down
опции,
there,
имате
the menu ribbon, You have like a small globe.
В опцията за микрофоните ли?
Не, в опцията за превод една сфера, на нея пише interpretation.
You will see where it says interpretation.
Така, на офе.
На офе?
Да.
Другата ви опция е само английски ли?
Моля?
Другата ви опция е само английски ли?
Да, другата е опция английски.
Option is English. Okay.
Добре, значи няма какво да направим. Ами благодаря все пак.
Thank you.
Добре.
Thank you very much.
Благодаря. Това действително е много хубава, важна подсказка.
This is a really very important hint.
На Вера Ганчева.
And I'm very grateful to Vera Gancheva for this. We have never talked about it, but it will be my pleasure to share some thoughts on this. So this is the book from 1957.
Симптоматично съвпада с момента, с времето.
And it coincides with
Астрид Линдгрен се утвърждава като институция в литературата за деца.
Was recognized as an institution in child literature.
Доста сходния, типологично сходния начин, по който доста радикално, твърде радикално Башуар казва
radical way in which Bishwa says what we know, it is good that we know it, it is good that we are accustomed to recognize the psychoanalytical attitudes of Freud and Jung, etc. And when we have to understand the modernity and the minute of the situation at that moment, we need to forget, better forget everything, because the picture is the result of the naive conscience, because picture is a young language, and the poet is always inside the source of language and at the same time at the threshold of existence.
В този смисъл Башуар търси краткотрайния, проблясващ времеви израз на образите на щастливото пространство, в което човек е защитен от
situation when a person is protected from all outside forces, and these images are simple, spontaneous, and momentous, and also they are stable.
Може да се мисли много просторно в тази схема, в тази програма. Съвсем лесно е да се види, впрочем много хубавите, чудесните доклади до тук, общо ето очертаха същата тази перспектива и неща, които като възли, като важни възли бяха вече споменати, казани. Обитаването до голяма степен може да се мисли като такъв проблем, който свързва различните произведения на Астрид Линдгрен, обаче също и различните перспективи вътре в тях. Изобщо тази идея за респект към детето, защото и доколкото респект, защото разбирането на детето е доста трудна и твърде интимна в крайна сметка задача. Респектът е нещо доста по-неутрално. Тази идея е видяна чрез представата за щаденето на детския акционен радиус. Предоставянето на детския акционен радиус на самото дете. И тук множеството характерни пространства, които са едновременно въображаеми и действителни, свръхразпознаваеми, кухненски, домашни и същевременно с една такава подчертана жестикулация, с която се казва тук ще се прави еди какво си.
Will be done this or that. Here we are going to
по такъв начин много характерно се преоблича въображаемото пространство, преоблича действително. Променя го до неузнаваемост и му дава възможност да получи различна функционалност. Не само, че за да е в сила, за да е в своя в своето царство това преобличане, въображаемото пространство трябва да се уплътни с една такава характерна свързваща активност. И тук акционният радиус трябва да се освободи и игрово да се разтегли, да претърпи някаква своеобразна екстензия. Като се започне от свръхизобилното придвижване, свободното придвижване, това, което беше казано, безразлично дали напред или назад, и напред и назад. Непременно обаче с изобилна широта на обувките. И обувките също очертават и този радиус. Не трябва да бъде свободен. Удоволствието от плуването само за себе си. И в Пипи, и в Емил от Льонебери, и в Братя Сесурски сърца се плува с подчертано удоволствие. Удоволствието от плюенето, впрочем, много парадоксално. Също като екстензия на акционния радиус. И се достигне до катеренето и скачането. Обикнатите важни територии за усвояване на пространство. Освен всичко друго, има и съответните комбинации, като плюене с скок. Една отителка и пак всички тези характерни лъжи на Пипи, лъжи фантасмагории на Пипи, плюе така със скок, т.е. така добре учи децата да плюят със скок, че ги докарва до възторг. Катеренето и скачането обаче са много важни, задължителни са, сякаш и са разнопосочни. Още първото впечатление на влизащите в биовелико Томи и Яника им прави впечатление, че дърветата са чудесни за катерене. Скоро след това много показателно е, че дърветата се оказват добри за обитаване. Изобщо катеренето и прескачането, ето, например, играта на придвижване без да се стъпва по пода, представлява не някаква такава характерна детска екстатичност, която сме свикнали да мислим децата, които непрекъснато се движат някъде, а е отчетлива жестикулация на обитаването, на вживяване в пространството. Тая перспектива на обитаване могат да се мислят още множество жестикулации, особено на Пипи. Всяко едно преместване, с преместването на коня, който и се пречка, до голяма степен не като демонстрация на сила, изразява на тази сила, а като точно като обитателен жест на вживяване на пространството, като мислим всички и добри, и тези, които харесваме и обичаме, и тези, които искаме да отместим от нас, като полицаи и акули, да ги премахнем. Характерна такава жестикулация за обитаване. Господин Нилсон също бива преместван, когато Пипи чисти. Жестикулацията на чистенето също като такова едно преобличане, прекрояване на пространството, такава една почти хокейна перспектива на чистене с кънки, четки, чистене с парзалене. Подобно, впрочем, на среднощното танцуване на полка с кръците. Също такава жестикулация на усвояване и същевременно на тържествено заявяване на това пространство. Дори скромното свойство сядане по турски също като елемент на това усвояване на домашните територия, показването и демонстрирането и празнуването. И тук една перспектива може да ни покаже как катеренето и скачането опъват не само шеловете на пространството, на домашното пространство на Вила Великова, например, но също така и във времето. Имат и битийни претенции и измерения. В Братя Лъвски сърца е много характерно това, как мисленето за това да се катериш е равно това да живееш. Да скачаш означава да преминаваш отвъд, да отиваш в другия живот, другото измерение. Но още в началото става дума за това как Йонатан дори може би 90 години да живее на земята, През това време неговият брат Карл би се катерил по дърветата в Нангияла и в катерене това време ще означава точно 2 дни. Тази аритметика, математика сякаш свръхточна, свръхясна и същевременно свръхкрива, изкривена е, много характерна и в това проникване на погледа на повествователя или повествователката всъщност. Не просто в тази логика, а в това измерение, в този начин да се мислят и пространствените и битийните измерения. Целият живот мислен като катерене и обитаване в очакването на скока на любимия брат. Като при това, ето да кажем, пространството на прозореца в земния двор, в земния дом на братята е много отчетливо разработено. Едно такова място, прагово място, до което долита още в началото белия гълъб. И същевременно това място на прозореца, до което малкият слаб Карл само може да се докосва първоначално, е и място на скока. Мястото на прекрачването нататък. Впрочем, показателно и това как думът на конника в Нангияла съответства на дома в предишния им живот. Това не е някакво свръх голямо сякаш място, не повече от кухни стая, се казва много отчетливо. И това мечтано пространство, мечтаното за обитаване пространство. Само, че тук в стаята могат да се поместят 10 черни машини. Майката е шивач, тя шие в стаята и братята спят в кухнята. И пее, слушате как пее от стаята. 10 черни машини могат да се поместят в нейната стая. А в кухнята могат да седнат поне 20 са трапезници на масивни дървени пейки, без да им е тясно и дори ще им е просторно. И изобщо, заключава тук повествователката, стаите тук са 2 пъти по-големи. Само 2 пъти от тези съвсем малки и сякаш клаустрофобични стаички от земята. Детайлно точно и очарователно приблизително е тази математика. С нея се навлиза и действително в повествователната оптика на Астрид Линдгрен. Много причудлива и странна, действително. Не толкова просто. И тук важната характерна тема за сирачеството, за отсъствието на възрастния, на родителя, която всички говорещи минаха през нея и много добре очертаха. Сирачеството, за което си струва да се завижда. И отново мислено и видяно като освобождаване на пространство. Отсъствието на родителите изобщо прави възможно детето, изобщо човека да бъде себе си, като обитава предоставянето на пространство. И тук такава една много характерна централна сцена в обитаването на временното обитаване на негърския остров с много пластичното описание на пещерите, на бисерната пещера. Това е момент, в който краля баща, след като така или иначе не са заедно, отново той е напуснал острова, за да го освободи сякаш, за да може да се открие, види чара да се изживее, всъщност да се обживее това пространство на тези бисерни пещери, а не, например, да предизвика с отсъствието си кръците на бисери. за да отключи обживяването на това пространство. И тук паралела. Едното пространство вика другото, точно както наистина Башвар мисли. И как в едното наше пространство се съдържат другите наши мечтани пространства. Малък вътрешен цитат. Пещерата беше прекрасна. Толкова голяма, че всичките деца спокойно се побраха в нея. Значи не просто пещерата като някаква прекрасна гледка. Идеята с това, че всички деца получават своето си пространство. Пак цитат, тая пещера че ли е по-хубава и от нашия кух дъб в двора на Вила Великова, каза Тони. Не е по-хубава, но еднакво удобна. И пак тия математики на пространствени математики на еднакво, което не е по-хубава, но еднакво удобна, каза Аника. Изобщо повторението на познатата сцена с идващите на чужд терен крадци е много характерно решена все с обиграването и с живяването в пространството, което трябва да бъде защитено по някакъв начин. И в крайна сметка се обръща на игра това защитаване. Едните получават урок по полка и по свирене с гребене, другите крадци получават спасяване от акулите. И освен всичко друго, посещението на крадци е чудесна възможност да видим жилището в една уютна обозримост. И да го видим точно в тази щастлива мигновена картинност, за която Башвар говори. Го видим добре и отгоре, и отвътре обаче също време. Паралелно. Отгоре и отвътре. Работата, разбира се, не е в това просто родителите да ги няма, те да се преживяват като далечно разположени. На остров, на небето и на нивата, да кажем, както често се случва на бащата на Емил от Льонебери. И тук разполагането ви в някакъв ъгъл на бащата, там където той ще присъства, като някакъв изтокан, като някакъв идол, но няма да пречи. При първото, впрочем, влизане в Вила Великова, Томи и Аника се оглеждат дали някакъв негърски крал стои в някой ъгъл, естествено тъкмо защото е отсъстващ. Бащата на Пипи е уважаван. Чертано уважаван. Не като крал, като отсъстващ. И тъкмо за това неговото символно присъствие в къщата му се определя такова едно място, сякаш в ъгъла на света. Тук, впрочем, контрапункта. Проблема на Емил от Льонебери с баща му е подчертано в пространството. Това е проблем на акционния радиус. Просто винаги в акционния радиус на Емил се появява бащата. Сега други въпрос е, че е твърде широк и непредвидим в екстензиите си този акционен радиус на Емил. И не случайно тук в Емил от Льонебери е фиксиран много щедро, наистина така щедро като исторически разгърната картина, един конкретен момент, очакването на голямата комета, която се предполага, че в края на октомври ще влети върху самото Вимербю. И точно тогава в дома на кмета на този град прилита Емил с не неговите кокили на всичко. И тук може просто да припомним пак за плюенето и акционния радиус, че когато белите деца решат да плюят, в Нова Зеландия вали. Но решението на Емил с трисевата барака, и тук е важно и наистина искам тия схематични бележки да бъдат тръгнат към приключване, към завършване. Важно е действително това пространство на трисевата барака, точно за това, защото гарантира не самото пространство на Емил,
а защитата
всъщност на бащата. И всички интервенции, даже и опита на интервенция на бащата и в това пространство се оказва свръхнеуспешен. Има една такава сцена, една такава картина, и в която той опитва да достигне до това пространство и се оказва след това заключен в него. Самият той не може да излезе от него. И това е онова магическо място, което не бива да бъде пипано, което принадлежи на детето. И действително проблема между баща и син, желанието на детето, на сина да го няма бащата. Има дни, в които той по никакъв начин не може да понася, когато той не обича баща си. И съвсем ясно, отчетливо, точно казано. Затова, защото той се е на подходящото място, а не за това, защото го възпитава не както трябва. И тук допълнително тази перспектива, представата за дейност, която сякаш целият свят изниква под ръката на Емил в ролята му на наказан, който прави дървени човечета, който прави един такъв цялостен свят от неповторими. Няма едно с едно, които да са еднакви човечета. Не просто времето за разкаяние, не просто времето, през което баща му ще излезе от яда си, ще се отложи яда му. И това е време за творчество, за творческо усвояване на света, за представяне. Но същевременно това е и време. Това е мига, в който човека се затваря в пространството си и всъщност в себе си и прави нещо за света. Представя. Общо взето това е, което като бележки, такива първоначални, ми хрумнаха по повод на тази наистина много щедро подсказана тема. Мисля, че има основание, дълбоко основание за това. Съвсем бегло нахвърлих това, което на първо приближение щях да имам предвид. Разбира се, много още примери могат и към други книги да бъдат правени, например към Карлсон, който живее на покрив. Отново много характерна връзка на обитаването. Долу живее дребосъчето, горе на покрива едно друго пространство.
Because of the two spaces downstairs and on the roof, this parallel life of living, this is also part of the same perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Professor Minkov. Yes, indeed, Vera Ganteva was right to insist to include you because your presentation was brilliant. Passing over now to Associate Professor Tony Manasieva from the Sofia University. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm a professor with the pedagogical department at the Sofia University with a focus on preventing deviant behavior, and I'm also specializing in working with vulnerable children. I'm going to be very brief, and if you wish, I can give you my full text of the presentation. Now on Pippi Longstocking. From a pedagogical standpoint, the character of Pippi places a specific focus on norm and deviation and on compliance and non-compliance with the rules. There is something very charming in her non-compliance. And there are other issues that I find important from a professional standpoint about the child that has exceeded her childish behavior, about the child who allows us to breathe the sweet and bitter with of freedom, the child who teaches the others to understand the ones that are different, although gradually. The child that embraces children who are a little bit more unusual and learns from them. And hence the question of children who learn from their peers. Learning from your peers is a phenomenon that forms the feeling of community, and that is very necessary. Also, Pippi is a child who provokes the adults to see children as thinking individuals, who provoke the adults to never forget that they have once been children and never lose the childish elements in themselves. And also Pippi raises the question of the child that influences the non-children that bring the child up. And I'm going to discuss the vertical relationship here between children and parents. I would like to thank the human lessons that I learned from Pippi. Pippi is my favorite character. I would like to thank the organizers for immersing me once again in the world of Pippi by inviting me to attend this round table. Thank you, Dr. Manasieva. Passing over now to Maria Shirieva to discuss the image of childhood in the works of Astrid Lindgren. I am very curious to see whether she's going to also give us the Moscow perspective, because Maria is an excellent translator from Bulgarian into Russian. I can't see the screen of Maria Shirieva. Could you tell me where she is?
Не знам как да процедираме в този случай. Мария Ширяева, Маша, на линия ли си?
Maria, are you here? We don't have Maria online. If not, then let's move on to Justine Toms, who is going to bring us back into the modern times and discuss Pippi on the internet. Are you ready, Justine? Yes, I am. Hello, everyone. I have a presentation myself, and I'm going to share my presentation with you.
Да, аз мога да си я включа, аз имам готовност
да си я шерна, ако искате, ако може, благодаря.
Добре.
Excellent.
Ами аз ще, макар че съм, участвам като преподавател по комуникации отново в Български университет, защото имаше питане как участвам в тази конференция. Далеч съм от вашите теми. Образованието ми е в областта на педагогиката, едно от моите образования. Отделно съм и родител на 3 деца и Пипи сме чели много пъти, не само в моето детство, но и в моите по-зрели години. Всъщност това, което искам да ви разкажа съвсем накратко в страна на дигиталните комуникации. Настроила съм си го да не би трябвало да Моля?
Дали сте в канал за превод, различен от английски?
В общия. Не съм в английския.
Добре, благодаря. А дали ползвате тон колони или говорите през смисъл, чувате
през микрофон? През микрофон говоря.
Добре, благодаря ви.
Дали се чува или има проблем? Добре. Добре, ще направя доста по-закачлива презентация. Първо направих един оглед как се вижда Пипи в интернет днешно време, в български интернет конкретно. Разбира се, Google е вездесъщ и знае всичко и това, което се опитах да видя когато започна да пиша Пипи, какво той ще ми предложи. Ето какво е търсил най-много. Са търсили хора, които са търсили по на кирилица. Виждам, че има и руски отговори в резултата на Google, но явно се търсят цитати, имената и най-вече и аудиоварианти на български език, което е добра подсказка. Не знам, мисля, че нямаме издатели и разпространители тук в днешната среща, но това може да им подскаже доста и това ми беше много любопитно. Когато отидем да видим резултата от търсенето, виждаме всъщност хубави видеа, които съществуват. Има даже и цял филм, който е с българско аудио. Явно хората това търсят и много любопитното, че текста е в читанка преди резултата от Википедия, защото обикновено в Википедия резултатите се класират на първо място. Фактът, че текстът в читанка е на първо място, индексиран от Google, означава, че всъщност много хора са го посещавали този линк и са сваляли явно Пипи книжката от читанка, което отново е една така намигване към издателите и смятам, че тази книга има пъти по-голям потенциал и мисля, че не е достатъчно направено, за да я има на българския пазар и достъпна до българските читатели. И това е статията на Пипи в Википедия на български език. Статията на английски език е многократно по-голяма и днес ще я допълня поне маничко българската. Смятам, че Пипи заслужава. Както виждаме, за жалост и източници на български език не съществуват достатъчно в българската Википедия за Пипи дългото чорапче. И така направих едно проучване сред деца и резултатите са тук, каква е била Пипи в интернет. И всяко нещо е илюстрирано с което е към днешна референция Пипи в днешно време, как би била. Е реферирано и с текста от самата книга. Ние живеем за да правим добро на другите хора. Аз, например, живея само заради това, а другите хора интересно те за какво живеят. Така, Пипи живее сама в днешно време, защото родителите й са заминали да работят в Испания и изпращат пари от там. Истинската Пипи знаем това е съдбата и днес няколко пъти беше разказано, така че няма да прочета този цитат. Пипи в днешно време е хакер. Всъщност тези кръци, които тя залавя, те не са истински, не влизат през не влизат във вилави лекува по познатия ни начин. Тя всъщност ги хваща през интернет, тя знае кои са лошите, кои са добрите, влиза в критични чужди мрежи и помага на Явор Колев да залавя киберпрестъпници. Много обичам полицаи, казва Пипи. Тя надушва отдалеч неправди онлайн и помага с усмивка на деца, подложени на кибертурмоз. Като тук цитата е: може ли човек да заведе кон във вашия детски дом? Попита Пипи. Не, разбира се, отвърна полицаят. Така си мисли, каза мрачно Пипи, а маймуна. Ами как? Как може? Тогава търсете си другаде деца за вашия детски дом. Аз там няма да отида. Пипи е уикипедианка, тя много добре знае и в свободното си време допринася и помага в Уикипедия, за да може там да си търси някой, който си поиска. След малко също ще дойде. Пипи има свой профил в Инстаграм и там споделя шарените си истории, пъстрите си чорапи. Разбира се, там има много приятели. И мога да дойда с вас къде ли не. Дали мога да дойда на цирк, защото нямам представа какво е това цирк. Боли ли там?
Пипи активист за свобода и онлайн. Защо вървя заднишком ли? Каза Пипи. Не живеем ли в свободна страна? Човек не може ли да живее където си иска? Това многократно днес беше казано също много красиво. Пипи знае как да се бори с фалшивите новини. Разбира се, защото тя самата ги произвежда в големи количества. Седя си в моята самота и така се надлъгвам със себе си, че да ти е драго да ме слушаш. Онази вечер, когато си легнах, скълъпих една опашата лъжа за някакво теле, което умее да плете дантела и да се катери по дърветата. И знаете ли, вярвах си на всяка дума. Това се вика добра лъжа. И разбира се, Пипи има електронна поща. Щом като толкова ти се е искало да узнаеш коя е столицата на Португалия, съветвам те да напишеш едно писмо до Португалия да питаш. Пипи харесва Google, разбира се, и да се ровичка и да търси, да си намира неща, които никой не търси. Работата е там, че съм нещо търсач и зато нямам минутка свободно време. Светът е пълен с разни неща и наистина има нужда някой да ги потърси и намери. Именно това правят нещо търсачите. Пипи е също геймър от истинските. То наистина не си заслужава, каза Пипи. Големите хора никога не се забавляват. Има само купища неприятни работи, глупави дрехи, мазоли и данък общ доход. Пък и не умеят да си играят. Разбира се, Пипи стои онлайн не повече от час. Сама си го е решила. Най-важното за малките деца е да знаят ред, особено ако сами си го определят. Пожелавам на всички ни повече Пипи в живота ни и днес. Когато порасна, стана пират.
Pippi says, when I grow up, I will become a pirate. How about you? Thank you, Justine. I wanted your presentation to go forever. It was very interesting. We had a guest here in the American Center who would like us to give him 4 minutes for an intervention. He's going to introduce himself. Can you hear me? Hello, my name is Radoslav Markov, and I'm an informal leader of the Pippi fans in Bulgaria. This is an informal organization that was set up back in 1988. We used to meet quite often, not so often today. I wanted to say something that I believe the audience will find interesting. In Romania, for the first time, Pippi Longstocking was published in Romanian in 2002. When I visited Romania in 1990s, nobody knew about Pippi Longstocking. And before 1989, in Romania, pedagogical specialists didn't think Pippi was adequate for the Romanian children. After 1989, it took some time for them to translate it in Romanian, and it was published in 2002, but still it is not included in the textbooks. Being a Pippilogist, I have a number of books, a number of editions of Pippi in different languages. And I believe that the Bulgarian and probably the Russian translations are the closest to the original. So we are very lucky to have this book translated by a good specialist. In order to become a Pippilogist, you need to have visited Astrid Lindgren's house and the park in Stockholm. Another interesting thing I would like to mention is that we offered to Astrid Lindgren's successors to do an animated movie using the illustrations of Ingrid van Neumann, but they refused because they do not want to have this book turned into an animated movie because they are afraid that the story might be changed somehow. At the same time, however, the successors of Astrid Lindgren allowed the book to be edited, removing certain things that are not politically correct nowadays. And we found this very strange because they allowed the editing of the book to make it more politically correct, but they didn't allow us to animate the book. I believe that classical literature should remain classical literature. Probably there are some politically incorrect words, but they were correct during the times of when the book was written. What our club does is to study different artifacts related to Pippi Longstocking, such as the different manuscripts. Well, thank you for this event. I find it very interesting. There is this one character in Pippi Longstocking, Madame Proselise. I don't know if Pippi would have been so happy if seen through the eyes of Aunt Proselise. Thank you. I also thank you, dear sir, for this unexpected but very interesting intervention. I hope that you will be with us in the coming panels and give us a bit more about the Society of Pipologists. Now, it's 1 o'clock and it is time for the break. But we didn't have time for discussion. On the other hand, I would like us to break up a little bit for the interpreter's sake at least. So we can postpone the discussion for after the second panel. Will you agree? I hope that everyone is okay with that. Let's break up now and reconvene at 1:30. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for being kind, and may you never grow up. We'll continue at 1:30.
Скъпи колеги и приятели, дали
colleagues and friends, are we ready to continue with our work today? I was just called by Yulia Tsinzurova, the head of the Sofia Library, who has to be at home because of the current situation. And on behalf of the initiative committee, she requested all participants to remember that all presentations, everything said will be published at a certain point in time. And I'm very grateful to Mrs. Sinzova for this proposal. Also, I'm grateful to Sophia Library and to her personally for the great organization regarding this roundtable in very unusual circumstances. So, stay calm. There will be a publication and we'll send over the requirements towards your presentations in the next days. And now I have the honor and pleasure to give the floor to my friend, the writer, Georgi Gospodinov, who will talk about the children from the slab factory. Hello, everyone. I will start with few words of gratitude towards Vera Gancheva and everything that she has ever organized. She always liked to invite writers. She encouraged us to take part, to say few words, and I'm very grateful that this conference has this second part dedicated to children's rights, protection of children, which is a very important topic. Childhood is something that I have addressed in my writing and also during a course of lectures at the University of Humboldt. I'm now going to talk briefly about the so-called slab factory. But before that, childhood has not appeared from the very beginning of the world. In fact, the first book about the history of childhood was published in 1960. So until 1960, we do not have as a theory of childhood the concept that this is a special period that needs to be researched. So in this sense, literature has done better than anthropology because children's literature has been addressing children's issues for a long time now. Well, science steps in later on in 1960. Just imagine. But this is not strange. Oh, because in his book, Centuries of Childhood, Philip Paris talks how childhood obviously did not exist in the ancient times or in the Middle Ages. And now when we teach our children, the first things that we teach them was their name and how old they are, but this would be very strange for a child in the Middle Ages. Just remember Sancho Panza from Don Quixote, who was not sure about the age of his daughter. The child was a small adult, and sometime at the age of 7, when he or she could be included in the household work or in the field work, he would be considered as a grown-up. And the long period of childhood appeared with the appearance of school in the 17th century. So maybe the modern understanding of childhood appeared for the first time in the 17th century. This was just a short introduction because I'm going to talk about the slab factory. Well, this is a small social project which we started in 2016. But the slab factory is a term that immediately unlocks a generational memory. And if I ask you right now, is there anybody among us who has never heard about the slab factory or something like, I will now start with the slab factory? I don't see anyone raising a hand. Maybe if there are some younger people, younger than us, but this is a phrase which is a part of our collective memory. Why so? First, the phrase itself is strange. As a child, I never understood what it means. It meant slap factory. I knew the meaning. I didn't know where it came from. Obviously, this is a combination between patriarchat and industrialization. This factory on the one hand. Interestingly, when this phrase appeared for the first time, I don't know, maybe in the beginning of the 60s or 70s, this idea of combining a slap and a factory, some industrial term, this was something I considered when I started with the project. This project, in fact, is taking out several seconds of violence from Bulgarian movies about children, predominantly movies for children. I became aware, a movie from 1966, hedgehogs were born without thorns, going to the sea with children, suburban area, and the War of the Hedgehogs, 1979. We have all seen these movies, and I have not quoted them all. These are movies intended for children. When we watch these movies, there are scenes when there is a smack, a slap, shouts, and so on. We have looked at this kind of humor in a humorous way, something that was not really a problem in the movie. But when I started cutting out these scenes and sticking them one after the other, suddenly it became obvious how tolerant to violence against children was the Bulgarian society at that time. And then I came across a research from 2012, and it appeared that in 2012, in Bulgaria, about 70%, just here, 70% of the people approved violence against children. Well, it was called there euphemistically minimum violence, like a slap, a smacking, pulling one's ear. And now a small diversion. Probably you all remember the beginning of an important book, a book we are very proud of, because until the Elias Canetti book, just remember the introductory words which gave the title as well. The first memory, the first Bulgarian memory and the first Bulgarian fear of Elias Canetti, that was he was going down red painted staircase. He was with his nanny. There was a man flirting with his nanny, and he would open his automatic small knife, telling the small boy, show me your tongue so that I can cut it off. And whenever I was teaching foreign students this book, this scene, I had to explain that for Bulgarian readers, this was not something scandalous, because in my childhood I have heard such a threat on many occasions, variations on this phrase. And the fact that the small child, the young Elias Canetti, would press his lips shows the fear of these Bulgarian persons. So that's how my project started in 2016. We have this 3-minute short movie. If we have time, I will run it for you. These were the leading principles, this research regarding violence against children introduced or existing in Bulgarian cinema. Then we invited for a discussion during the video installation and the running of the movie, representatives of various organizations interested in the big topic of slapping, of a slap. And suddenly we heard a lot of untold Bulgarian history, the memory of the first slap or the history of the slap. The idea was to tell about the first slap and the whole idea of the slap that we have given, not only the ones that we have received. So what became clear that the slap is something related to memory. We all remember a slap, which shows that a slap is not just part of violence, but it is also something humiliating. That's the main point, that there is someone who is older than you, who slaps you, who humiliates you, and very often this is the closest person to you, a parent, a grandparent, and this is a traumatic memory. I remember the stories some of the people told us about the slap, how difficult it was for them to tell us. And if there were a sociologist amongst us, he would have seen this special attitude towards the slap you have received. There were elderly people who were 70 or over 70, and they were telling about the first slap they got, but they were quick at explaining that they had did a big trouble or something like this. I later came across other research and this is not just a Bulgarian phenomenon approving minimum violence. For example, in Germany, 50% of the responders prove such minimum level of responders. And from 1896, corporal punishment is in the civil code as a legal right of the parents, saying that the parent can introduce corrective measures towards his child. This was changed later in the name of equality, and the mother was also included with the right to use such corrective measures towards her child. And later on in 2001, a law was approved at the Bundestag that children have the right at being reared without violence. So just see at what later stage this attitude of the adult developed. A lot can be said about the children in the socialist regime. I have two key topics: the guilty child and the invisible child. The guilty child, you can see in movies, pictures, very well-known, a very famous or notorious Russian picture, once again, a very poor mark. And in fact, in social times, this was part of the disciplinary strategies of any ideological regime. And the other concept is the invisible child. In the 70s, and I have used all movies from the 70s with the exception of one. In the late 1970s with Lyudmila Zhivkova, a big debate was initiated about children, about the rights of children, about the importance of children. And paradoxically, and these were memories from my childhood and to some extent from the movies, how the child is somehow in between everything else. And the main topic is how the child is, in fact, looking for a way to survive in the world of the adults and to achieve something like a basketball field or something like this. The child is invisible, should not mingle with the adults, is always put in the other room when guests come, and so on and so forth. And this is obvious and present in movies and in the pictures from the 70s. Now I'm going to try to share this video material. The idea was, and you will see it, two small screens. There were excerpts at the left and the right side of the gallery. And when you look at these scenes, you have to move your head from right to left and from left to right, as if getting visual slaps on the cheeks. Do you see anything? No. No. We only hear, but we can't see your screen. Okay, now.
В Zoom, нали? Значи в Zoom на зеленото отдолу на Share Screen и то след това ви отваря няколко полета с различни екрани.
Yes, on the Zoom you need to press Share Screen. Okay, it starts.
Момент само. Значи, то отварям го на екрана си.
Okay, I open the...
Компютър го отварям на екрана. Първо го отворете, да, и после като...
First you open it on your screen and then you have to press Share Screen and it will appear.
Добре. Няма да... Другия вариант е да ми изпратите файла по мейл и аз да го...
Another option is that you send me the file and I try to share it.
Добре, явно няма да стане. Но все едно...
Unfortunately, it's not working.
Sharing is paused. Не знам защо. Можете да натиснете... Да, сега мисля, че... Сега виждате ли черен екран? Сега виждаме всичко. Но сега аз виждам някаква друга картина, виждам. Да, и аз виждам картини.
Yes, we see pictures. We see pictures, but you have... I want you to see something else. So, okay, my last try.
Не е качен тук на... Да. Добре. Да, но той се върна. Ето сега го приемам отново.
Okay, I'm going to accept this now.
Добре.
Изглежда има въпроси. Свърши.
Да, свършвам. Чуваме ли се в момента? Да, чуваме.
Do you hear me? Yes.
Добре, значи явно няма да мога да го пусна.
Unfortunately, I am unable to show it, but this is just a collection of scenes with lots of slaps and insults even. I will just read the ending of this video material. It lasts only for a second. The tears will dry. The child will grow up. But the memory will stay. The memory of a child with a pulled up ear, the slap factory, the factory of slaps, patriarchat and industrialization. The slaps were not discovered by the socialist times. No, this is just a long belt factory line, but these children will also become the parents of slapped children. And in 2012, 70% of us would say that we approve minimum levels of violence. Now, let's stay in the black for a short time, just as children locked in the cellars as the invisible children of these times, prepared for life without being part of it before we ourselves become slap factories. So this was my presentation. If you have any stories about important first slaps in your life, I will be happy to hear them. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Дали ме чувате сега, защото май аз има грижи с техниката.
Can you hear me now? Thank you so much, Joro. I attended that discussion that Joro referred to, and you didn't tell the audience how much we cried, those of us who were at this installation. Passing over now to Senior Assistant Dr. Daniela Racheva. Hello everyone, my name is Daniela Racheva and I'm a professor with the Sofia University. We are here together with other colleagues from the pedagogical faculty. I'd like to thank the organizers for everything that they included in this forum. I find it extremely interesting and I'm keeping notes because I'm impressed. I represent the pedagogical faculty and I would like to share with you a research, a study that we conducted together with my colleague Yurdanka Nikolova recently. She's with me here and if she wishes she might add certain things. This study was conducted some 2 years ago. The outcomes have already been published in the pedagogical journal, but I believe it would be very useful for us to remind ourselves about the conclusions from this study. The study covered first-year university students. We wanted to cover this group particularly in order to see how many of them are familiar with their rights, because these are high school graduating students. The process of creating the autonomous citizen starts very early in preschool age, in kindergarten, and then this education takes different forms during the different degrees of studies. The key of the curricula on children's rights is based on a number of international documents such as the UN Declaration on Human Rights, the UN Convention on the Rights of Children, the rule on the implementation of the law on children's rights, etc., etc.
са регламентирани в държавните образователни изисквания и стандарти. И така посоченото до тук поне ни даваше основание да мислим, че младите хора в България знаят добре правата си, както и съпътстващите ги задължения и отговорности, умеят да ги отстояват в ежедневието си и управляват съответно. Та нашето проучване се реализира в 5 етапа, които бяха структурирани последния начин: входящо анкетиране, следва обучение, дискусия, тук много активно се включи доктор Николова, както отбелязах. Всъщност тя беше най-вече в основата на тези дейности, изходящо анкетиране, помолихме студентите да напишат есета, свързани с правата на детето, контекста на миналото, настоящето и бъдещето. И така, входящото анкетиране бе проведено преди изучаване на темата по правата на децата, конкретно в семинарните занятия по теория на възпитанието. В самото начало питахме студентите дали са изучавали правата на децата в училище. Останахме изненадани, когато студентите, 70% даже от студентите споделиха, че не са изучавали правата на децата в училище. Пак напомням, това са първокурсници, които все още не са започнали да изучават така активно правата на децата, както в момента те са застъпени в много широка степен в различни дисциплини, които са изучавали впоследствие, приобщаващо образование, образование, възпитание интеркултурно възпитание, педагогика на девиантното поведение, семейна педагогика и да не изглежда всички дисциплини, първокурсниците смятат, че тяхното виждане, че те не са изучавали правата на децата в училище. Тези, които са отговорили, че са изучавали правата на децата в училище, по-надолу стане въпрос за тях. За да потвърдим твърденията им, поставихме и следващи въпроси, в кои дисциплини сте изучавали правата на детето и да посочат студентите по 3 права, които познават. Най-интересно беше, че голяма част от тези респонденти не си спомнят в кои точно учебни дисциплини са изучавали правата на децата и в кои дисциплини са били застъпени такива теми. Интерес представляват отговорите на студентите, които са посочили, че познават права. И най-познатите права сред тях са тези за правото на детето да бъде изслушвано, да бъде уважавано и зачитано, да има право на избор, на училище, да избира учебното заведение, че има право на платено държавно образование, има право на храна, свобода, вода и така нататък. По-натам, за да не отнемам чак толкова подробно, чак толкова много време на самия форум, ще ви запозная надолу с другите въпроси, които зададахме. Дали са провеждани в училището дни на ученическото самоуправление, по какъв начин това се е случвало. 37% от нашите респонденти са посочили, че да, имали такива дни в училище. По време на тези дни учениците са ставали учители, изнасяли са уроци, избирали са директор, педагогически съветник, преподавали са уроци. Тоест, техните задължения са били предимно свързани с това да преподават учебния материал, но се оказа, че вниманието на учениците не е насочено към осигуряване на добра среда за учене, към разрешаване на възникнали проблеми, взимане на решения, при спазване на правата на другите, изслушване на мнения и така нататък. Обикновено след такива мероприятия е необходимо на следващия ден да се анализират резултатите, да се наградят и поощрят най-добрите справили се ученици и да бъдат насърчени да участват в последствие. Затова, ако сте запознати с публикацията, там ще видите, че тук сме посочили възможни причини, за да стига до такива изводи нашите респонденти, някои от които са недооценяване на важността на материята от страна на учениците, формализиране или липса на конкретика в учебното съдържание в правата на децата и така нататък. Публикацията действително е много интересна. Препоръчвам ви, ако имате интерес към това. So if you're interested, please
много
интересен въпрос беше зададен по-надолу. Бихте ли защитили нарушени права на децата? Много голяма част, 79% от респондентите бяха белязали винаги, 7% от тях да, категорично, но някои от тях поставиха и определени условия за това да се случи, особено в случаите, когато намесата няма да доведе до утежняване на положението на детето, когато няма да навреди на неговите интереси и така нататък, което значи, че активната гражданска позиция се сблъсква с страха от това, че намесата ще нанесе вреда на детето, вместо да му помогне. И това е осъзнато от младите хора. Тоест с най-добри намерения може да се навреди на детето.
Because sometimes you can harm the others, although you have the best of intentions.
При спор с дете бихте ли му позволили да изкаже свободно мнението си?
Another question that we asked was, when arguing with children, would you allow them
отново се поставят условия и те са свързани предимно с допустимите граници, с това да се говори по въпроси, които го засягат, детето да се държи прилично, да изслушва, да не крещи, да говори възпитано, да бъде поправено, да позволява да бъде поправено и така нататък. Много интересно беше да констатираме, че всички респонденти са убедени, че с правата идват и отговорностите и задълженията. Тук те са допълнили, че с правата идват, някои са отбелязали нарушенията, забраните, наказанията, други пък самоинициативата, проактивността, ориентирането в институциите, които ги защитават. Този факт може да се разглежда в две посоки. От една страна, тези, които са се сблъсквали с забраните и наказанията, не са успели да се преборят за правата си. И втората е другите, които познавайки допустимите граници на поведението в обществото и в минимална степен правата си, са ги използвали като основа за развитие на инициативност и на умения да носят отговорности за собствения си живот. Резултатите действително са много интересни. От предварителната анкета и само себе си доведаха до идеята да се проведе едно семинарно занятие по темата за правата на децата, където да се разгледа по-подробно конвенцията за правата на детето на ООН. Последвана, разбира се, и от дискусия, на която студентите споделят, че като деца са се чувствали объркани и дезориентирани. Непрекъснато повтаряната им фраза, че децата имат права, но без да бъдат добре запознати с конкретни такива, и това е формирало от тях усещането за безнаказаност или са отговорности и задължения. Студентите ни първокурсници категорично са изказали мнението, че изучаването на правата е необходимо, но тогава, когато се съчетава с запознаване с отговорностите, които се предполагат да следват правата, това по тях би създало усещане за сигурност и поставило граници, които децата да спазват и по този начин да осъзнаят недвусмислено изискванията към тяхното поведение. В последствие, в изходната анкета, която се проведе след това, след провеждане на тези дискусии за познаване с Конвенцията на правата на децата, студентите посочват значително повече права от тези, които са знаели, посочват, че са научили нови права. Някои от тези, които всъщност са се сторили нови, или които студентите са определили като нови, са правото на защита във време на война и военни конфликти, правото на игра и почивка, културна дейност, на свобода и на мислите, убежденията и религиите, право на свобода на сдружаване, защита от трафик и така нататък. Много са други, за да не отнемам повече време. Както казах, може да се запознаете с резултатите от това интересно изследване, вече е опубликувано. Прави впечатление, че голяма част от правата на децата са непознати. В най-голяма степен това е правото на защита в време на война и военни конфликти. Това има своето обяснение, защото в момента България, както знаете, води мирна политика, липсва в конфликти.
This is only understandable because Bulgaria lives in a peaceful
наличието на право на игра, почивка, културна и творческа дейност очудва студентите, тъй като те приемат играта и почивката и участието в творческите и културни дейности като част от детството, процес на израстването. Нещо естествено за детето по принцип. Едни от другите интересни права, с които студентите сметнаха, че се запознават за първи път, са защита от сексуална експлоатация, както и правото на образование, на равни права на децата с специално образователни потребности, но те са определени от неразпознаваемите. Може би това се дължи на факта, че те по-широко се обсъждат в медийното пространство. Тук още един интересен резултат може да бъде открит. Правото на сдружаване е слабо познато за младите българи, което може да се явява и обяснение за недостатъчния брой младежки организации или липсата на достъпна информация за дейността им, за възможности за развитие, които се предлагат, за условията за членство и така нататък. Респондентите ни са помолени да отбележат кои са най-важните според тях права на детето. Това също е интересен резултат. Те са отговорили, че най-важните права за развитието на детето и въобще за детето до такова са правото на семейство, правото на име и гражданство, правото на свободата на възгледите, на мнението, на съвестта, на сдружаване, на лично пространство, на живот и сигурност, правото на всяко дете на стандарт, съответстващ на нуждите на духовно развитие, морално и социално. Не са един и двама тези, които отбелязали, че всички права са важни.
Many students responded that all rights
като най-важно и като толкова важно, особено важно, респондентите определят правото на детето на семейство, което може да се обясни с дестабилизирането на брака и на
Probably this answer was due to the fact that in recent years marriage has been destabilized as an institution. There have been doubts that many children can be ensured a secure environment. This is an appeal of sorts to society to change the system of values that it follows when bringing up and educating children. The students also gave a very interesting recommendation. First of all, they shared that they expect from the schools to take care of the education, but also the parents themselves should be more proactively taking part in this process.
В общи линии изследването достигна до наистина много интересни резултати. Всички студенти се обединяват около предложенията за нови права, свързани с промените в съвременното общество. Тези за спазване на правата на детето в интернет пространството, за неговата защита, сигурност, опазване от посегателства и вредна информация, правото на по-голяма физическа активност. Интересни са и някои други мнения, които застъпват предложения относно правото на труд преди 18 годишна възраст, правото на свобода да бъдеш себе си, правото да учат в училище или в къщи, да имат право на избор в това отношение. Така, формите, които предлагат учениците, за да бъдат реализирани по-успешно правата на децата и да бъдат по-добре осъзнати, техните отговорности, формите, които препоръчат, са отговорни и интересно разработени учебни единици, да се насърчава доброволчеството, да бъдат включвани в разработването на проекти, да бъдат използвани в обучението и образованието методи, активиращи опита и преживяванията на децата, да бъдат използвани повече ролеви игри и така. Вижда се, че младите хора ясно осъзнават, че е необходимо не просто да се дават наставления под формата на правила. Да.
Dr. Racheva, please, could you wrap up your presentation because
разбирам, че пресрочвам времето. както казах, младите хора осъзнават необходимостта не просто да се дават наставления под формата на правила, които съответно създават и условия за да бъдат заобиколени, а да се направи училището един модел на демократична практика, така че децата, решавайки практически проблеми, да разберат смисъла на своите права и задължения. И да бъдат често активно включвани в самоуправлението на училището и в дейностите, които касаят техния живот и в бъдеще. И тяхното бъдеще. Може би това е достатъчно. Отново благодаря на колегата доктор Йорданка Николова, която пак казвам тук е, ако реши нещо тя да допълни, може да заповяда. Благодаря отново за поканата. Благодаря и за изключително интересното събитие, което сте организирали. Това е безспорно много интересно и много полезно.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your participation as well. And now I'm going to pass on the floor to a lawyer in pedagogy, Dr. Daniel Polichronov. I'm an assistant at the Faculty of Pedagogy to Sofia University. Thank you for this opportunity to participate in this forum. It was really difficult for me to choose the panel because my topic is kind of mixed. I would like to give my opinion through the prism of preventive pedagogy. Deviative behavior means something which is outside the public norms. And the context is a negative deviation from the norm. So when we talk about such deviations, we need to also address the reasons, the causes. We see recently how the distance and the isolation because of the coronavirus affects everyone. This isolation, online training leads to aggression, lack of socialization, and still open are the questions to the new forms of education and whether everything that children listen and hear at home is good for children, whether this new type of training is so positive, and whether e-training, although covering state education requirements, would cover other requirements because change in social environments presupposes various roles in different situations. Another cause is the lack of spiritual life. Physically, yes, it is okay, but we see how children are lacking interest, they read less and less. Also, financial interests play a part, and also the street, as we say, or the influence of the street. It is difficult to outline all the causes for deviative behavior. Maybe passivity, lack of communication should also be included. Maybe we also need to think about some crossing points between the past and the present attitude, but we need to look for the causes, not just assess the results, because the causes go very deep. Parallel with Don Quixote, for example, his behavior is also kind of deviation. The others think he was crazy, but it was because he looked for the good through the books, and we see something similar in Pippi the Longstocking, because we know that motivation is what determines behavior. Behavior may oppose public norms, but the norms may infringe, in fact, public needs and rights. That is what Pippi opposes. Pippi also is an expression of a non-violent revolt against lack of consideration for the childhood, for the human aspect. There is a kind of gradation, and if there is no response, then it will accelerate, and the eyes of the others who are fixed within the boundaries of the norm, this is a deviative behavior. Frequently, correction may lead to, in fact, other mistakes. Very often, the so-called difficult children remain not understood. Sometimes we call them substandard. Their world is different. Pippi is amongst these children. Such children teach us, their teachers, how to become better, how to approach them, not in the convenient way, but in the difficult way, in the hard way. Because it is easy with the easy ones, but how does it work with the difficult ones? They sometimes just want to create a good, but we have sometimes lost the opportunity to see the good in these children. Sometimes they are considered as a very difficult type of puzzle, which is very difficult to put together. We have this general idea about the childhood. Pippi is a strange, specific type of organizer and leader and belief, not only because she's a child, but because she's very sincere. There is nothing artificial about her. She's pure, and purity is not just the priority of childhood, but also a recommendation for the adults. When the teacher asks her how much makes 7 plus 5, she says, if you don't know, why would you think that I will tell you? And no, only a person very pure in his or her soul can give such an answer. In Pippi, we can see numerous actual modern psychological issues. For example, according to the aesthetic categories, this balance may lead to deformity of perceptions. So this parity between the perceptions of this character between the norm makes her even more different. The same applies to the difficult children, because such categories, without quoting the reasons, creates difficulties. Second important thing is the evolution in this book. about the change in value system. That's how it works with difficult children as well. This is also a subject matter of research because the reasons for change is the discrepancy between the categories, the perceptions, and the system of values. A modern child would like to feel comfortable, and that's why he may take drugs. But the thing that is good for this child is not good according to the society. Somehow they would look for an easier way, thus changing the whole value system. As Professor Stoicheva said, the money was for sweets, but today's sweets are different. They are drunk with soft drinks because otherwise they're bitter. Also, the attitude influence of art changes, literature as well. We see how this accumulation of causes leads to this lack of interaction and communication between people. There are social medias, but it's not the parent who you would talk with. Pippi also grows on her own. Her father is absent. There is interaction, but it is not what she needs, and her father cannot give it to her. He tries to behave as a child, but this is not normal. There are some moments in development, in childhood, that are unique and never repeated and should not be missed, and they are key moments for the two sides in the interaction. In conclusion, I would like to say that the big change in the value system, especially in these dynamic times, is important, that interaction is in the very foundation of everything. We see how children repeat and how important it is. While Pippi is alone, she communicates with animals, but not with human beings. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Polychronov. I will pass on the floor to Associate Professor Velina Todorova. I'm very happy that she was able to join us. Dr. Todorova is member of the UN Committee on Children's Rights.
Благодаря ви.
Thank you very much.
Доцент Будаков, благодаря за тази покана. Благодаря за възможността да се включа. Няма да ви поправя това, което казахте. Сега аз бях подготвила някои неща, тъй като схванах панела и темата, моята тема, съвременни проблеми на детството и на правата на децата.
From the angle of the contemporary problems in the area of children's rights. And I'm going to say a few things, but I'm not sure how they can be embedded in this discussion, because I joined it just half an hour ago.
Бих искала да кажа няколко неща от по-глобална перспектива и разбира се как виждам темата въпроса правата на децата в България. Глобалното състояние на правата на децата в момента се определя от два фактора.
The state of affairs with children's rights is determined by two external factors. The first one is propaganda. regarding human rights in general,
тежката
and also the very
пропаганда засягаща правата на децата в България и света.
Anti-propaganda regarding children's rights in Bulgaria and globally, confrontation with traditional and inverted commas values, refusal to allow children to participate with their opinion or voice their opinion, even within the small unit of the family, the conflict that is with the family, and also in the public space.
Това е първия определяща, как да кажа, маркер над съвременното състояние на детските права. Второто е, разбира се, COVID-пандемията, която беше отбелязано, и тежките последици, COVID-пандемията, която задълбочи изключително много неравенствата, включително България, и ни води назад от много постижения, които имаме в областта на правата на детето. Няма да ги изброявам. Те са видими за всички. Първото е проблемът с образованието на това поколение, което учи по време на COVID-пандемията, затварянето на училищата. Може би за повечето деца в България това не е толкова тежък проблем, но глобално е изключително тежък. Как разбираме и как се отнасяме към правата на децата в България? Въпреки безспорните, тук имам колега, която ще каже нещо повече, но безспорните постижения в ниво закони, някои политики, въпреки това, с така огорчение искам да споделя много факти през последните години, които казват, че българското общество, културата към детето се е променила изключително малко. Детето
extremely little.
Ние скандирахме преди години и продължаваме да размахваме този лозунг, че детето е субект на права и така нататък. Оказва се, че детето все още в България не се приема като субект на права, като отделна личност, а е част от някакъв колектив, т.е. пред модерното разбиране за детето у нас е доминиращо. Ако ми поправите, ще бъда доволна. Какви са доказателствата? Това, което успях да чуя до сега, всъщност отчасти доказва моята теза. Отчасти доказва, че в България все още детето се приема като човек на пауза. Човек, който го чакаме да порасне, за да му признаем човешкото достоинство и права. И в тази пауза ние по някакъв начин нещо правим с детето, възпитаваме го, учим го на права, но и на задължения. Тезата за лошото влияние на улицата малко ме смути, да, може би да, но това е мястото, където, например, днешни тинейджерите по време на COVID намират общуват с връстниците си. После за надрусването също така. Така че аз не мисля, че това е масовия модел и ако е такъв, децата не носят, не можем да ги държим отговорни за това.
And if so, we cannot hold children responsible for
Господин Полихронов това беше отбелязано.
At least that's what Mr. Полихронов said.
Детето у нас е все още бъдещ човек, в който ние нещо там инвестираме, не до там добре. Освен, че бъдещето, той е светлото бъдеще, той е нашето бъдеще. Самоценността на детето, детството като особено важен период от живота на човека.
Childhood is a very important period in
не се разбира и не иска да се приеме.
One's life is not understood, is not accepted in the right way.
Което студентите били възприели като много важно.
I heard that students considered a very important right.
Много малко се случва ние
right, well, I think that in Bulgaria we rarely respect the dignity and the opinion of the child. We don't listen to the child.
През пролетното затваряне на учениците с министра на образованието искаха да тръгнат на училище, така иначе не се разреши поради здравните съображения, запазването на здравето. Но според мен това отнасяне към детето е много голям проблем за българското общество и е показател за неговата модернизация, за стадия, на който се намира нашето общество. Можем да преценим по отнасянето ни към детето. Цялата тази пропаганда, която се изля срещу стратегията за детето, срещу закони, които в България действат. Това са доказателства от години. Срещу тези как да кажа, твърдения за износ на деца, за разрушаване на семейството. Всичко това, за съжаление, остана без добър, достатъчен, аргументиран на дискусия и отговор. Ето ви съвременния проблем на детето в България. Освен, че COVID, да отида на COVID ситуацията, освен, че COVID задълбочи неравенството, изправени пред
made inequality even more obvious, deeper, but also
проблем, че ние се връщаме назад поради това, че наистина
going backwards.
Да говоря за България. Всички мерки, които предприемаме,
не
отчитат интереса на детето, правата на детето, означават само едно. Ние се връщаме назад в това, което постигнахме. Научихме ли българските деца? Възпитахме ли ги? Възпитахме ли ги? Дадохме ли пространство за участие? Ето ви пример с маршовете на децата и
what about the children's and
младите хора в целия свят? Глобалния марш за екологичните права, за промяната на климата.
Against climate change.
Факти в България бяха посрещнати с огромен присмех, включително с крайно неуважителни оценки от най-високо политическо ниво. Ето това са съвременните проблеми на българските деца. Те са хора на пауза, те са хора на бъдещето, но не и уважавани членове на нашето общество с всичките права на грижа, закрила, подкрепа, участие и така нататък, които им е предоставила не само конвенцията, но
them with, but also the Bulgarian legislation, and I am worried, I am concerned, and I would like you all to be worried and concerned. If you share, of course, my opinion, but the situation is not good, and the children have to a great extent been left to themselves to find their way in this modern, difficult and fragmented world. Politicians speak about a modern state, but how can we create a modern state without a modern people? Thank you very much for the invitation. That's it.
Много ви благодаря. Казахте извънредно важни неща.
I also thank you. You said some very important things. Let me tell you something from the preparation of this round table. Professor Vera Gancheva insisted that this round table was entitled From Pippi to Greta. Unfortunately, we couldn't realize this idea of Professor Gancheva, but we will try to do so in the future. Why didn't you choose this title? Was there an opposition? Yeah, there were different kinds of oppositions. So unfortunately, it so happened, but now we are placing the beginning of a new topic, and moving over to Miglena Baldieva, who is a lawyer. Thank you, Associate Professor Budakov. My name is Miglena Baldieva. I'm a lawyer, attorney at law. I specialized in family law. And before I move on to my actual presentation, I would like to tell you something about my experience. I participate at least once a week in court trials that involve children's rights, and I can say firmly that in recent years in Bulgaria, the approach to children is strictly procedural. The rights and preferences of children are not known, are not recognized, including by the professional judges, professional psychologists, social workers. They do not understand the child development and the different stages in child development. I agree with everything that was said so far. I found extremely interesting Mr. Gospodinov's presentation on the slab factory, but my presentation is going to give a different perspective. I would like to change the sentiment a little bit because we are talking about Pippi Longstocking today. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this roundtable dedicated to the 75th anniversary of Pippi Longstocking, and dedicated to Astrid Lindgren as well, but also to Professor Dr. Vera Gancheva, who gave us Pippi Longstocking in Bulgarian language. I'm extremely thrilled to be here because Pippi Longstocking was my favorite book from my childhood years. I used to read and reread it every summer. You can see how I have strengthened the covers because it was very often used. When I was little, what I liked about Pippi especially was her freedom, her independence, and her non-standard, non-mainstream look at the world. Pippi has been my role model ever since my childhood. In 1998, I graduated at law, and I started my practice at court that took place for 1 year. Then I decided to specialize in Sweden. I knew that there were a lot of interesting courses for young lawyers, but my problem was that I didn't know the language. I contacted a friend of mine who studied in Sweden, and he sent me this set of audiobooks in Swedish. I still remember some phrases in Swedish, but I didn't come to speak this language. But together with the textbook, what is my point, together with the textbook, my friend sent to me the book of Pippi in Swedish. This book helped me study the language, but also it was much more. It provoked me to start collecting the editions in different languages. Up until then, I had it only in English, Bulgarian, and Swedish. And one day I came upon the email of Astrid Lindgren's assistant for many years. I wrote her a letter. I told her about myself, and I shared with her that I was a collectioner of the book of Pippi in different languages. asking her for information to which languages this book was translated. I had no hopes that I would receive an answer, but I did actually receive an answer. And Madam Quint sent me a list of all translations of the book, 20 pages long. And it is a full list with the publishing houses, the year of publication, and the title of the book in the respective language. This is how I started my actual collection. I love to travel, and I travel around the world, and wherever I go, I buy the local edition of the Pippi Longstocking. Also, many of my friends who travel a lot would bring me different souvenirs and different books like these ones here, Pippi's Wig and Pippi's Doll. In 2006, I got in touch with representatives of the Swedish embassy to Bulgaria. They invited me to participate in an event dedicated to the work of Astrid Lindgren. I wanted to have a very interesting presentation, and I decided to speak about the children's rights as they are regulated in the UN Convention through the stories of Pippi. I dedicated a lot of my time to this task, and I tried to match the text of the convention with excerpts from the book. I had great fun in the meantime, and I came up with a very interesting presentation that demonstrated that many of the children's rights, almost all of them, are covered by Astrid Lindgren's book about Pippi Longstocking that was written 45 years before the convention itself, however. And today I don't have a chance to offer to your attention this presentation because of the type of conference that we are having, but I do hope that we are going to have future conferences like this one where I can share my presentation to you. I would like to focus today, however, on the right of children to freely express their opinion. Article 12 of the Convention vests this right. Right of the child to have their opinion heard on all the issues relating to their development in a manner that corresponds to the child's age and development. Let us remember, however, what is Pippi's position on that and what is her opinion about eating and food. After a short while, Tommy and Annika were recovered and they could leave their beds, but they were very thin. The day when they got up from bed, Pippi was sitting in their kitchen looking at how they were eating their porridge. They were trying to eat, but it was not possible. Annika stirred her porridge and she realized that she wouldn't be capable of swallowing even one spoon. Her question was, why should I eat at all? Pippi said, It is obvious because unless you eat your porridge, you're not going to grow up and become big and strong. And if you do not become big and strong, you could never make your children eat up their delicious porridge. If everyone thinks like you, Annika, there will be a huge chaos in eating porridge in this country. As you know, Pippi has her own theory about words. For instance, who was the first who invented words? Asked Tommy. Probably it was a bunch of old professors, said Pippi. And how wouldn't you agree that people are not strange? Look at the words that they have invented. How did they invent these words, and why couldn't they invent beautiful words such as spunk? It sounds very nice, and someday probably I will understand what it means. In addition, Pippi knows what's best and most important for children. Anyhow, Father Ephraim, said Pippi, but for a child it is best to have a house instead of going around the seas and living in a black people's shack. What do you mean? What would you say? My child, you are right. In Villa Villicoa, you have a much more fulfilled life. Most important for young children is to know order, especially when they determine this order themselves. Pippi also has a special attitude to education, a very topical issue. In Argentina, they have a very nice course, said Pippi. You should go to Argentina. Easter vacation starts 3 days after Christmas vacation, and summer vacation starts 3 days after Easter vacation. Summer vacation is over on the 1st of November, and then children have a really hard time until the Christmas vacation, which starts on November 11th. However, in Argentina, there are no homeworks. It is strictly forbidden in Argentina to children to learn lessons. Sometimes a pale Argentinian child would close themselves in the wardrobe and start learning lessons, but if his mother learns about it, then they are in trouble. In these schools, they would read only on Friday, and they would read only if they find books that they can read, but they never do. And later on, Pippi says, even the healthier person can get sick because of a lot of reading. So if we focus more on what Astrid Lindgren is trying to tell us through Pippi, probably we will live a different life. Today's meeting is supported by the Embassy of Sweden, and because of that, I would like to mention that when I did my presentation in 2006, I also presented my collection of books. It was a much smaller collection, but later on the Swedish Embassy sent to me the book in Japanese with a special encryption. Today, my collection of books continues to grow. I have now editions in 39 languages. This is Pippi Longstocking in Chinese, and Pippi is presented in the illustrations as a small Chinese girl. I had the pleasure in my life to meet Professor Vera Gancheva. This took place in the distant 2006. I was invited to give an interview to the 24 Hours Daily. And when I went there, I met Professor Gancheva, who was also invited for an interview. And I had a chance to exchange ideas with Professor Gancheva. I'm going to never forget this encounter. Today is also a special day for me because you people who are all interested in Pippi Longstocking and in Pippi's legacy and Professor Gancheva's legacy. Thank you, Ms. Bodiv, and I hope that we will have future meetings, and I hope we'll be able to mark together Pippi's 100th anniversary. Is Professor Nelly Ivanova online? Is she with us? You have the floor, madam. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to participate in this forum, and thank you for taking the initiative to organize this forum. I teach methodology of Bulgarian language pedagogy. I work at the Sofia University and I prepare students who are the future elementary school students. And I am well aware that Pippi is present in all elementary school textbooks. And when children are asked, who is your favorite literary character, the majority of children say it's Pippi. This is why, from the standpoint of methodology, I think that it is best not to offer methodological cliches or doctrines on how to interpret characters such as Pippi. This is why in practice we usually use interactive methods when interpreting excerpts from Astrid Lindgren's books, because this is how we help children understand fully Pippi's image. I'm also working with postgraduate students, and very often they ask me the question, aren't you going to recommend to us a universal methodology on how to teach Pippi? But this is absurd. Such methodologies should not be valid not only for Pippi, but also for all other literary works. The associative cloud, the avalanche, the pyramid, the creative tasks give very good results in helping children understand Pippi's character. Today, during the first panel and during the second panel, many people spoke about how Pippi invents words and how these invented words provoke the way the students think. This is why creative tasks are very appropriate to help children develop their mind and their imagination and have fun doing so. There was an interruption in the link. Professor Ivanova, can you hear us? The connection was interrupted somehow. There has been some problem with the internet connection, most probably.
Да почакам мъничко.
Maybe we should wait a little bit. It's becoming more and more difficult, obviously.
Това госпожа Анет Маринова е тук, нали?
Mrs. Annette Marinova, you're here, right? Okay, yes. I'm very happy to see you here with us. I insisted very much that we invited Annette Marinova because I'm very much interested in the point of view of the school psychologists, because I think that school psychologists and school librarians are unfortunately the most invisible people in a school. Maybe because also the ones who are have no power whatsoever, but this is not necessarily bad. Yes, over the years I have thought that the work of a teacher is in fact to lose one's power most and most. Thank you very much for your invitation to invite me to this roundtable and to this panel where Pipi and the character of Pipi is connected with children's rights and the system of child development. I work as a school psychologist in a big school because here we have children from different age groups. And the place of a psychologist in a school is somewhere in between everybody else, in a kind of buffer zone, a kind of a third party, a little bit aside. But this gives us the opportunity to receive information from children or to be addressed by children and also by adults. Especially when we talk about children who are a little bit different from the regular social order. While listening to the previous speakers regarding children's rights, I remembered my first impressions when I started as a school psychologist, and when the system for child protection was created a little bit after the year 2000. Then I was very enthusiastic to join children from the primary school to offer them discussions on children's rights. At that time, I had some materials from an NGO called Partners Bulgaria, and I thought that this was a great project which would be greeted by the parents. But what happened after our first meetings, it appeared that teachers and parents joined and wrote a petition against me, saying that I am putting wrong ideas in the heads of children, telling them that they have rights. And it appeared that the initiator of this petition was a colleague of mine, a teacher, who was also the grandmother of one of the children involved in the meetings. Obviously, she was a grandmother from the slab factory. And she was very surprised to be challenged by her granddaughter, who told us, "You cannot slap me because I have rights." And that's what Mrs. Marinova told me. So the topic of children's rights is still an explosive topic for us, the adults, especially the adults in the educational system. And this is a very difficult path. Still, and nevertheless, more and more teachers and parents address me. More, in fact, adults have questions and want to find a proper channel to address these questions, because some of their convictions regarding children are not anymore stable. And my colleagues in the school put efforts in creating a space where we can talk. We found the right space. And we are, in fact, developing this. This is a very interesting practice. We involve teachers as well, not necessarily and just experts, where opinions are shared on difficulties and challenges. And they find the right way towards every child. And this space was confirmed. This is not only our school practice anymore. We created a school laboratory, calling it welcoming the difference or diversity. And this is already part of the Bulgarian community of psychoanalysis, and I'm a member of this community. And this is one of the two laboratories. This is part of a big international network for exchange of practice in support of adults. But back to Pipi. The very fact that Pipi plays an important role for the development of children as a personality. And what does it mean to understand, to look at a child as a personality? Well, a person that can make choices. Pipi is very important for us in order to understand this about every child, because when you can express yourself, you can express yourself only when there is an adult who can understand, who can hear. I'm not going to go into more detail, but how to open the right space for a personality based on knowledge. And if we look again at the novel about Pipi, and more specifically the chapter dedicated on page 43, Pipi starts school, there was a quote that we wanted to use during our first meeting of the laboratory, who said, see, teacher, when you have a mother who's an angel and a father who is a Negro king, you don't really know how to behave in school among all those apples and hedgehogs. Well, this quote is a very direct pathway to a child describing oneself in order to be understood. But it doesn't work this way in real life meetings with children. But it always takes time to describe oneself and find this crossing point between you as an adult and you as a child. Pipi, in fact, helps us adults to show this sensitivity towards this long path and this special function which allows us to say yes to differences, yes to difficulties, yes to children looking for their own way, finding themselves and accepting the boundaries, that is saying yes before you say no. If there is a discussion, I am willing to put more, to throw more light on some more psychological ideas and the teachings of Jacques Lacan, the functions of the mother, and some other important facets of this problem, as well as the father's function as a symbolic function that draws the boundaries. Pippi lives with a dead mother, but has preserved the symbolic function of the father, handles it, uses it to help herself. Thank you very much, Mrs. Marinova. I know why I insisted you to become part of this panel. And now I would like to reinforce my paternal position and invite you for questions, but I am also going to ask you not to wear out the interpreters. I'm really sorry that there are only two of us here at the American corner. Hopefully, there will be time when we are all going to sit together in the same room. Now is the time for questions. If not, then we'll resume work at 3:30 when we are going to talk more about Professor Veragancheva.
Доцент Манасиева съм. Когато...
Associate Professor Manasieва, when Georgi Gospodinov, in the end of his presentation, appealed to us if you have any interesting memories about in connection with his collection, so to say, I remember the popular advice that I heard when I was a child. It was popular among adults. Maybe you have heard this as well. Give him or smack him so that he goes to sleep. Maybe because this was also because the child would break into tears, get tired, and go to sleep. This is also in the context of the rituals about going to sleep. This was the only thing I wanted to add. Thank you. I have never heard this before. Give him a smack so that he could go to sleep. Something better known is that children should be kissed only when they are asleep. But thank you for this. You remember that even in the first the three ladies from UNICEF, the Swedish Ombudsman, and Her Excellency all mentioned this issue about violence against children. So yes, this is a global problem, and I would like very much to talk about the Bulgarian side of it because we very often economize on such discussions. Thank you for mentioning this because this idea that a child is kissed only when asleep, we discuss traditionally with our students when we study family and deviant behavior, because such stereotypes are in the very foundation of unfavorable upbringing models.
And
something else, don't be very tender, because you will spoil the child. In fact, all this attitude that will create a loving child and then a loving adult. If there is nothing else, then maybe let's stop for now and resume work at 3:30 in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. I think that we heard some very, very important issues.
The gap in the structure of the Bulgarian cultural society. I think you would agree with me. Vera had an extreme contribution to the Scandinavian studies in Bulgaria, but also to opening of the Bulgarian culture to the world. I really do miss her today. It would have been great if I could work together with her. So much from me. I'm now passing over to Madam Snezhana Todorova, Chair of the Bulgarian Journalist Union, to share her memories of Vera Gancheva. Madam Todorova, you have the floor. As far as I know, you are a new member of the Word and Spirit Foundation, the successor of Vasa Gancheva Foundation. Madam Todorova, you have been invited to switch on your microphone. Could you please accept the invitation and start? Waiting for Madam Todorova to switch on her mic.
Дали се чуваме сега?
Чуваме
се. Благодаря ви много. Много благодаря за поканата. За мен е чест, че мога да участвам в днешната конференция и съжалявам безкрайно много, че съм, за съжаление, карантинирана с COVID. Вероятно за Вера бих могла да напиша много, много повече, но не можех да ни приема тази покана и въпреки заболяването да не се включа в тази толкова важна дискусия. Приемам, господин Будаков, тези думи, които вие изразихте сега в началото на този панел. Наистина, загубата на Вера е основна, огромна пропаст за всички, които са имали възможността да се докоснят до нейния огромен духовен свят. Като председател на Съюза на българските журналисти, аз бих искала да започна с това, че госпожа Вера Ганчева не само дава много голям принос в науката и литературата, но тя е забележителен принос има и в журналистиката. Била е последователно репортер, заместник главен редактор и главен редактор на списание ЛИК от 1966 до 1976 година в Българска телеграфна агенция, главен редактор и директор на издателство Народна култура от 1978 до 1989 година, основател и управител на издателство Хемос ООД от 1991 до 2001 година, директор на Народната библиотека Свети Кирил и Методий от 1996 до 1997 година, съсобственик и управител на издателска къща Хемос Груп ООД. Вера Ганчева преподава културна история на скандинавския север, нордска литература и митология в специалност скандинавистика на Софийския университет от 1993 година. Доктор на филологическите науки, професор, изявява се като литературовед, есеист, преводач, издател. Като преводач тя направи най-ценния дар на мълчуганите, първия превод на популярния роман на Астрид Линдгрен «Пипи дългото чорапче» на български език през 1968 година, който и до днес всички от малките до порасналите вече деца обичат да четат. Превеждала и творби на Аугуст Стринберг, Кнут Хамсун, Юхан Бортен, Артур Линдквист, Ролф Якобсен, Томас Транстрьомер, Ларс Гюставсон и много други. Вероятно, тъй като днес говорим и за нейния знаменит превод на Пипи дългото чорапче, в едно интервю, дадено за сайта на Съюза на българските журналисти малко преди нейната кончина, Вера споделя, че всъщност нейният съпруг Владимир Башев я окуражава да започне този превод. Тя се среща с ръководството на издателството тогава Народна младеж, след обстоен разговор с директора на издателството Дамян Дамев, който препоръчва да направи анотация на произведението и на авторката му, започва да работи върху превода на тази много известна книга. За съжаление, казва Вера, книгата, чудесно оформена, не отстъпваше на оригиналното шведско издание. Излезе след Либелта на Владимир Башев през 1967 година. Той загива, както знаем всички, който сигурно, пак цитирам Вера, сигурно щеше да му се порадва и да усмее незлобливо разочарованието ми от получения за този превод хонорар. 220 лева. По-важни обаче бяха моите контакти с великата Астрид Линдгрен, посещенията ми в редакцията, където тя работеше, и в дома й. Интервюто, взето от нея в една предколедна вечер, първото и единственото сега в нашия печат, както и доверието, оказано от такава световна знаменитост на една съвсем млада и предполагаемо неопитна преводачка, изникнала ненадейно изпод мрачната сянка на желязната завеса. Както знаем, за превода на Пипи дългото чорапче, Вера Ганчева получава международно отличие за превод на името на Ханс Кристиан Андерсен. За работата си като литературовед и преводач е удостоена с други награди, като тази на Съюза на шведските писатели през 1993 година. През 2000 година получава за втори път награда на Шведската академия. През 2001 година е удостоена с датския орден Рицарски кръст на Данеброк за принос в сътрудничеството между Кралство Дания и Република България. През 2008 година шведският посланик в България и връчва кралски орден Северна звезда за съществения принос на Вера Ганчева към разпространението на шведската култура. И тъй като нашата конференция се провежда в Столична библиотека, в едно безспорно духовно място, което пази произведения и книги на много известни български писатели, поети и творци, позволявам си да прочета още няколко думи от интервюто на Вера пред сайта на Съюза на българските журналисти. Годините на моето детство и ранна младост обаче преминаха в съвсем друга атмосфера, изпълнена със светлината на общуването и другарството, свързали трайно моите родители с едни от най-видните личности у нас и в създадения от тях дом до днес витаят спомените за срещите и разговорите им с творци и общественици, посещавали го достатъчно често, за да оставят в него трайните следи на своите присъствия. В момента се сещам за имената на Георги Караславов, Петър Динев, Павел Вежен, Йордан Радичков, Пантелей Зарев, Елисавета Багряна, Анна Каменова, Вера Мотавчиева, Леда Милева, Соня Бакиш, Блага Димитрова, Свобода Бачварова, Невена Стефанова, Асен и Русица Босеви, Богомил Нонев, Божидар Божилов, Христо Сантов и Мила Павлова, също художниците Дечко Узунов, Илия Бешков, Милка Пейкова и Георги Ковачев, Ваня Дечева, Веса Василева, Тодор Панайотов и Жана Костуркова, Стефан и Лиляна Дичеви, прочутите оперни певци Николай Гюров и Димитър Узунов с Катя Георгиева, музиканти, театрални дейци, журналисти, колеги на двамата, на родителите, от Земеделско знаме на баща ни, Вестник Отечествен фронт, Жената днес и Лада на майка ми. Отделно искам да посоча Ивайла Вълкова, Мира Тодорова, Тамара Джеджева и Бинка Милева, с които Надя Ганчева беше особено близка. В тази атмосфера Вера и сестра Васа израстват и всичко това е прекрасна основа за следващите нейни изяви и като творец, и като преводач. Тук бих искала да прочета още едни нейни думи, които тя изразява, които тя казва в интервю пред Огнян Стамболиев. Четенето е не само просвещаване, разтуха или транспортно средство за туризъм на духа, но и работа, сериозен интелектуален труд, акт на сътворчество, както и разбрах по-късно, когато то се сля с моите професионални интереси и служебни задължения. Не винаги е важно какво човек чете ежедневно, но невероятно важно е какво не е чел всеки ден. Тази парафраза на известната максима е особено валидна и днес, когато редица обстоятелства и фактори, цялостното развитие на човечеството в глобален мащаб сякаш имат за цел да омаловажат уникалността на словото, както и въздействената мощ на литературата, все повече стеснявайки кръга на читателите, които я търсят и възприемат като спасителен коректив на баналността, притискаща ни от всякъде. Аз мисля, че тези нейни думи могат да бъдат завет, наречен завет на Вера Ганчева към всички нас, към бъдните поколения. Нейното изключително внимание към словото, отношението, което тя имаше към словото и в превода, и в писането, и във всичко, което правеше и което създава през годините на своя, мога да кажа, не особено дълъг живот. Много се надявам, че конференции като днешната ще продължат, защото това е прекрасен повод да си спомняме за Вера и за всичко, което тя ни остави, за всичко, което ни завеща. Благодаря за вниманието.
I also thank you, Ms. Dodorova. I'm sure that the discussion about Vera's legacy will continue as well in the future, and this is just the beginning of it. I'm not sure whether Attorney Trendafilova is with us. Allow me to pass over to Professor Dr. Lilia Raicheva from the Journalism Faculty, Department of the Sofia University. She entitled her presentation Professor Vera Gancheva, the supporter of young journalists and translators from the Scandinavian languages. Professor Raicheva, you have 15 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Associate Professor Bodakova. Dear colleagues, please allow me to congratulate you on this marvelous initiative. We live in times that are gloomy, and I'm not only speaking about the meteorological conditions. we are enveloped in a blanket of lack of spirituality. So allow me to once again greet the organizers. Every one of us grew up reading Pippi, and every one of us grew up reading the marvelous translation by Professor Vera Gancheva, Vera, to whom this panel is dedicated. We should say a few words in memoriam. I knew her for many years, and we were very close after the death of her sister Vasya Gancheva. Thinking about the foundation that she set up to commemorate her sister, and that is now going to be renamed Word and Spirit. Because her entire family contributed significantly to the development of culture and knowledge in Bulgaria, the knowledge of the culture and literature of the Scandinavian countries. I realize now that the contribution of her family is huge, bigger than all the representatives of the diplomatic corps. Fate plays some pranks on us from time to time. Vera and her sister went to Sweden with their father, who was an ambassador there. And this enabled them to study the culture of the Scandinavian countries in detail. And this culture became the red line in their works. There is no need to mention what Madam Todorova mentioned in detail, the actual contribution of Professor Gancheva to promote the Scandinavian culture. Kierkegaard, Pseninsky, Bergman, they are being, the plays are being performed throughout the theaters in Bulgaria. So we started partnering much closer with Vera after her sister's death and after she set up the foundation named after her sister. And we spontaneously came up with the idea of giving annual awards. Very quickly, this foundation and these awards became very popular. They were threefold. These were national awards. Initially, we had the idea to give these awards within the journalism department of the Sofia University alone, but after that we made the awards national in three categories. One of the categories was young talents in the area of culture. The cultural topic is often underestimated. It is not in the focus of our attention. And in fact, people who have culture dear to their hearts are a small boutique community, but it is great that we do have this community, members of which are people such as Vera herself. So this idea of hers for national awards was quickly embraced, and a lot of the students from our department found it very encouraging. Among the first laureates of these awards were young talented people who then went on to become renowned journalists, and also Bulgarian from the Bessarabia region in Moldova was among the first laureates, and through her we were able to send a number of books to Moldova. There is also a magazine entitled 032, which is in existence thanks to the huge enthusiasm of its authors, one of them being a student of ours. And it was great that this award was given to them to support them. Also, another purpose behind this award was to encourage young people to translate from the Scandinavian languages, each of them being quite specific, and it is very difficult to find high-quality translations. Also, you need to know your own language very well in order to be able to find the right equivalent. Vera had the talent to find the right people who can find the right words. She had this special intuition, and she found this young girl, Eva Kuneva. She received the State Award of Norwegian for translations to Bulgarian language back in 2015. The third aspect, the third category of these awards was the following. You know that Vasya Gancheva was an employee of the national television for a number of years. We also know that in Bulgarian TV channels, there are not many programs dedicated to culture. So the other category was for cultural materials aired on TV. Last year, Associate Professor Budakov was the one who handed the awards, right, Professor Budakov, to Jordan. One of the awards was given to Jordan Radichkov and to our young colleagues from the 032 magazine. Another thing that happened behind stage, again, at the insistence of Vera, she had given up copyright on all the Scandinavian plays, theater plays staged in Bulgaria that she translated. Let me tell you a bit more about Vera, the person. She didn't like to be in the limelight, although she was a person who emitted her own special light. Wherever she went, she left a trace. She was a true intellectual. She was capable of always telling you something quintessential. She was a person of broad interests, and whenever she watched something on TV, she would take notes in order to later be able to give advice to her students based on what she actually saw. I very much thank you for having been invited to attend this event. It is very thrilling for me. I do want to continue Professor Gancheva's legacy, and I hope we will be able to do so through high quality events. Vera loved giving. She was a patron of culture because she was a very culturally rich person. Thank you, and I wish every success to all your future initiatives.
Thank you very much, Professor Raicheva. How you reminded us about the contributions of Professor Gancheva for the development of the younger generations, because the young people at that time were not people at the polls, if I can quote the speaker from the previous panel. I would like also to say something on how Vera used to write. There is a text that I would like to quote. This text is 100% Vera Gancheva, because who else but her could put the title on an interview with Astrid Lindgren, such a title. And I would like to read two extracts from this specific interview so that we can feel the super intellectuality of Professor Gancheva, and if at the same time I would like to challenge her, and I hope she will forgive me for that, but this interview with Astrid Lindgren is not the only one in the Bulgarian media tradition. There is a second one, and it is rather a conversation between two equals, that is Vera Gancheva and Astrid Lindgren, while the other text appeared by accident. Atanas Svilenov at the Moscow Film Fair understood that Astrid Lindgren was there, and he had a short conversation with her. But the interview is completely different. And this in this text we can see the self-confidence and to a certain extent even the arrogant subtlety that Vera Gancheva had, and that Astrid Lindgren speedily evaluated this high class and shared with her the pains she experienced with journalists. Because as Vera said in this interview, there are more unasked questions than asked questions. And Astrid Lindgren even noticed that Vera Gancheva was not writing down the answers. So we have a bright example of new journalism. One of the very few examples of modern journalism where text and context overlap and mix. We see and hear the interview, and at the same time the history of the interview. We witness how Vera Gancheva recognized that she had herself changed within the interview from a belief in the ordinary towards belief in the unordinary. But the system in which we are forced to live is still a kind of mystery about literature, but normality is not a compromise. So please be patient. I'm probably not the best speaker, but I think it will be good to hear Vera Gancheva. I don't need a lot of time to suppose that at the terrace there is not a horse, and it will be unbelievable to see a monkey or a wardrobe with numerous drawers or a table with 6 chairs and a shelf with books from everywhere. Not in this small flat. I do not understand nothing, absolutely nothing that will remind me about the disorder in Villa Villecula and its inhabitant. But Pippi the Longstocking would be 40 years old today. And maybe some presumptions I make is not really absurd. The counterattack on what we accept so for Pippi, we make the conclusion whether to dust her, to clean the dust in her flat in the center of Stockholm or stay at the island. But people would never grow up, so there was not such a dilemma for her. She has the advantage, and that's why I'm somehow envious that she will never get tired or age, be tired of words. Words, Vera Gancheva was surprised. Yes, about attitudes expressed with words, not with emotions. So they sometimes get, we say one thing, think second, and act completely differently. And the reality is completely different. There are other, and I will skip some of the observations made by Professor Gancheva, but in 1974, in fact, that's what Vera Gancheva thought about Astrid Lindgren. She spoke about various titles and names of people in various cultures and countries. The redhead Pipi, that's the most frequent name in Icelandic, in Italian, in French, also called Mademoiselle Brandancier, and that's what Vera said. Do we have to think about such details, because Pippi is not so pedantical. This is imagination against reality, free thinking against short-sightedness, adventure against reasonableness. Astrid Lindgren mentions such also, if in the jungle of the city there are even more things happening and they're even more dangerous. So her Pippi is the real child of a modern civilization, emancipated thinking, very well oriented in reality, but not adapted to it. And Astrid Lindgren, in fact, overcome numerous taboos and showed the efficient weapon that fairy tales can be. And the ending of this interview, the winter day in Scandinavia is going away as if insulted, and we see twilight, everything, every object changes. And everything suddenly looks completely different. I think about the questions that I was unable to ask and think what will happen to the blue elephant or horse on the terrace. Maybe he will get cold. And this interview, the way it was written, is 100% Vera Gancheva. And this was during completely different times. And Vera Gancheva was telling us what real journalism was supposed to do. Thank you for your attention. And now I'm going to pass on the floor to Dr. Ivan Langev, the latest prize winner of the Vladimir Bashev Award.
Благодаря, Марина. Здравейте. Благодаря първо за поканата. Вълнувам се.
Thank you, Marin. Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. I'm extremely thrilled to participate in this forum. I am coming from my workplace. Can you hear me well? We can hear you very well. First of all, let me tell you who am I, in what capacity I'm addressing you. I'm not a specialist in Scandinavian studies, but I have read a number of the books translated by Vera Gancheva. Before I received the Vladimir Bashev Award, I didn't have the honor to know Vera Gancheva. This was the occasion how I came to know her. But I have always been grateful for her translations, and I think I know her through her translations. And in days such as the ones that we live in, what does the physical communication mean? I'm hugely impressed with Vera Gancheva's works and with translations per se, because translations are a form of co-authorship. Even translators are braver than writers themselves. Authorship has egotism in itself, whereas being a translator, you voluntarily surrender your work without seeking publicity, and this makes the translator a noble person. You are a co-author, in fact, but very few people understand your personal contribution as a co-author. Authors say that they are lonely, but translators are most probably even lonelier. And I'm happy that there are events such as this one when we can acknowledge the work of the translators. I'd like to extend gratitude to Professor Gancheva for Villa Vilicula, for her translations of Thomas Tranströmer. Today I bought the last volume by Thomas Tranströmer, issued in Bulgarian. A team of translators translated it, but Vera Gancheva compiled the translations. And in her introduction, she quoted from the book, The Memories Can See Me, where he says, I'm wearing my previous faces, such as the tree wears its annual rings. The mirror reflects only my latest face, but I can feel all my previous faces in me. This is said about a big poet, but it is also very true about a big translator, because imagine the number of roles a translator has to enter into, the number of people's shoes that they need to walk into. This is why I'm grateful for her translation works. I wanted to quote to you a translation by Vera Gancheva, and what I selected is quite symbolic. This is I have walked the frost-ridden fields. In other places, people are born and people die. It's like clay has smeared people's faces. I need to be alone in the morning, in the evening, 10 minutes or more without an agenda. This is by Thomas Tramstromer, translated by Vera Gancheva. I think this can be the motto of this afternoon panel. Many are, one is. I would like to discuss my Vladimir Bashev Award, not because I don't feel honored. On the contrary, I do feel extremely honored. But this award is for me something that brought me happiness, but also sadness, because we all know that the poet after whom this award is named died very young. And whenever I think of this award, I also feel a little bit sad, but also happy with the recognition that was given to me. And I would like to appeal to all of you to remember and be grateful for Professor Gancheva's contribution with her translations. So much from me. Thank you. I also thank Dr. Lanchev for the opportunity. I know that she loved Thomas Tramstromer very much. She told me about her long walks along a pier with him. We heard a lot about the journal 032, the magazine from Plovdiv, and I would like to pass over now to Panayot Stefanov, who is a laureate of the Vasa Gancheva Award. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me, although you can't see me very well because I have a problem with my camera. Thank you for inviting me. From the very beginning, I was wondering whether I can say a lot about Professor Gancheva. Being a I decided that today I can speak about how much Professor Gancheva was able to give to young people and how she supported us, the 032 magazine. So I would share with you some of my memories of Vera Gancheva. The only word that I can use to describe her was a friend. She was a friend to all of us from the journal. She tried to always support us. She was truly happy with our successes, seeking nothing in return. This is what defines a true friendship. But she was not a friend of 032 only. She was a friend of all capable young people who believed in principles, who were creators, who made a difference. And they were recognized and acknowledged with the awards from the foundation named after her sister.
Възможността няколко пъти да се срещам живо с насаме с професор Ганчева.
I have had chances to have face-to-face discussions with Professor Gancheva, through which I had the chance to get to know her. I was very humbled by these meetings, and at the beginning we were very shy. We would rather stay silent and leave her talk herself, but
живота и маниерите на едно изгубено време на Стара София, ако може така да го наречем.
I was impressed with her impressive air. She had the air of old Sophia, of somebody who had experiences from a distant time in old Sophia. And through her memories, we were able to get in touch with all these old times. She was carrying this aristocratic fire. She couldn't tolerate anything that was mediocre. And she believed in her special values, and it is her special values that have brought us together here today. We also exchanged mail. We exchanged a lot of physical mail with her, old school mail. And I sent to her address each and every latest edition of our magazine. She always wrote each issue, and she always wrote back to me, thanking me that I have sent her the issue, that she's sending her comments on what the issue contained. I realized later that she also supported the Culture magazine, the Culture journal. She was a true patron of young cultural activists in Bulgaria. I realized recently, passing along her street, that her mailbox was still there, carrying her name, and I understood that if I mail my magazine to the same address, there will be people who are going to read it. She was a giver, and she gave a lot to us. She gave a lot to the laureates of the award named after her husband. She bequeathed her husband's apartment to the Cultural Institute. It is a place where, she said, we can feel at home. And I'm sure that this is still the case, just like our office of our Plovdiv editorial is open to all young people willing to write and willing to express themselves, because we believe that we need to continue Professor Gancheva's efforts. I'm happy that she believed in us, and I hope that we proved to be worthy of her support. I'm thankful for today's event because it gave me a chance to remember her. So thank you for your invitation to participate.
Thank
you very much. Thank you, Panayot. And my heartfelt best regards to Plovdiv and success in these unbelievable times. Now we see the face of Neda Uzun Koleva, who is also a prize winner of the Vasa Gancheva Award for journalism. On several occasions, Vera told me that in the behavior, in the gestures and strange reactions of Neda Uzun Koleva, she saw herself from years back. That's why it will be nice to hear Neda and her memories about Vera Gancheva. I know that many people can say a lot about Vera Gancheva, but I thought it is very appropriate to invite young people. Neda, the floor is yours. Hello, everyone. Do you hear me? Yes, we do. Thank you very much for this invitation. This is a real honor for me, and what Professor Gancheva said, that I remind her of herself, is probably the greatest compliment I have ever heard in my life. Very often when I feel bad or I make mistakes, I remind myself that if she believed in me, then I must continue believing in myself. It is difficult for me to talk about Professor Gancheva, but I want to talk about her because I know that words are important. She valued words. I think about her very often, and I would like to tell her a little bit more about our meetings and the special bond we had. Yes, I won the Vasa Gancheva Award. And I remember that when we talked about Professor Gancheva, the award was given to me because of my site on a cultural topic, which was very much in pace with time. We talked about musical clips, about video material, and Professor Gancheva knew a lot. She also had a great sense of humor and great spirit, just as her sister Vasa Gancheva, this spirit of a bohemian and the freedom of spirit. I met Professor Gancheva when I have just graduated from secondary school and started studying Scandinavian studies. We were the last university course which enjoyed Professor Gancheva as a professor. I was extremely impressed. I had great teachers and professors in principal, but I have never met before such a person with such a behavior, with such a great knowledge, a person who very doting on manners, on being strict, on behaving in the right way. And she in fact used to teach us all this. And she was also very exigent, but also she used to give us a lot. She used to teach the cultural history of Scandinavia, of the Scandinavian North. And then I learned about Strindberg and a great plethora of authors, Thomas Strömer, Peter Hjoch, and his book, A Sense of Snow. Karen Blixen. Also, we used to watch lots of movies, Bergman, Thomas Winterman, and so on. until today, I have in me this love for Scandinavian literature and cinema. I learned so much. Professor Gancheva spoke about these people as the romantic engineers who would combine wonderful features. And I would like us Bulgarians to be like this. In today's situation, I remember her a lot. And one of the things that impressed me most, and the book that impressed me most, was The Birds of Karai Vesus, and I have never read anything so special. The author is Norwegian. He lives in very far away part of Norway, but he is extremely modern, and people wonder how is this possible since this person doesn't live in the city. But Professor Gancheva said that this was possible. And regarding this book, the author wrote how he was looking for the white stone, and that we have to look for this white stone throughout our lives. And the goal is not to find it, but to improve on our attempts to find it. And his fans, when they go to the grave, they put on the grave gray stones, not white stones. Because otherwise it would have meant that this was the end of his art of his work. And it is the same for Professor Gancheva. She had a difficult life, but still she went on, she moved forward, and she did a tremendous amount of work. In one interview of hers, she said, the best memories from my childhood and early adulthood were connected with hours when I spent in my father's library, a small room, but with thousands of books and tens of shelves. I was unable to read them all. Through some I have just perused, some others I have not touched, but even the desire to do it was great and brought me satisfaction. And yes, we live in the same neighborhood we used to meet, and I'm so sorry that we never went out for a lunch, for example, but I'm really happy that I have ever met her, and I appreciate the great words she said about me. I have never met a person like her, and she continues living in me, in us, and it cannot be otherwise. That was what I wanted to tell you, and thank you again. It was a huge honor for me to say a few words about Professor Gancheva. Thank you for including me in your discussion. Thank you, me too. Thank you, Nadia. Is it possible now to have a look at the text that we received from Zelma Aumalek? Okay, yes, I see it already. That's what Zelma tells. It is very difficult to talk about her in the past tense. I cannot even delete her phone number. Probably the same for most of you. Fate gave me the chance to me and my close ones to meet her. My parents were very close to her husband, the wonderful poet Vladimir Bashev, who died so early in a car crash. My mother was a witness to the car crash. By accident, in fact, she was coming home from duty at Sofia Radio, and she witnessed the car crash. I remember this day. I was in the secondary school, and after that, Vera took the personal course of never allowing Vladimir Bashev's name to be forgotten as a great poet and translator. Vera was an extremely generous person. Her flat became part of the literary museum. Then she created a foundation in the name of her sister Vasa. She used to donate and always think of and love the young ones. I'm not even going to talk about her significant contribution as a scientist and researcher of Scandinavian literature, art, and culture. But there is among her students already a generation of scientists and translators. She, in fact, prepared editors and even management of the very well-known publishing house of Народна култура. And many of these are amongst the best advocates of publishing good foreign culture. She was one of the bright personalities who supported our internet platform called въпреки.com or despite.com. But she used to call herself a worker. She was very modest. She used to say that every beginning was very painful for her, usually preceded by separations, personal and public, and also failures. But sometimes it happens like this, and sometimes the whole pyramid that I have built would fall down, but open the space for new visions, for new vistas. And when we talked with her about past years, she would never call herself an intellectual. And since today's forum is dedicated to the character of Pippi, I would like to quote Vera Gancheva. I knew Astrid Lindgren. I'm among the people who would like to meet the authors I translate. The story around the translation of Pippi Longstocking was very interesting. For 3 years, I was studying Swedish at the Stockholm University, and I have already graduated from the Slavic studies of Sofia University. I spent several years in Stockholm, started working at the Bulgarian Telegraph Agency, but I continued traveling and being in contact in Sweden. However, I did not felt strong enough to start translating books that I liked, but I was preparing. One day, my husband told me, "Do you know that a great book was published, translated into Russian with a great success? Why don't you see what this is about?" I did not pay much attention, but during my next visit to Sweden, my friends there, young authors and critics, told me that this is an unbelievable book, a genial book, masterpiece. So I read it, I loved it, and I was enthusiastic to translate it. I have already, however, proposed several Swedish writers for translation. I myself, however, was a novice in many respects. I was making my first steps in cultural journalism. And my husband and my family would be very critical about my work, with the exception of my father, who was happy about everything we did with my sister. While my and he was very spontaneous and encouraging, while my mother was very, how to say, cooling down in her comments. And I did not think that I had made a breakthrough. And when in the publishing house they heard Swedish writers, well, no. But I decided to meet with Astrid Lindgren. She accepted me. Probably it was very exotic to hear that a Bulgarian was interested. She was an editor at that time, not part-time, at the Raben Schröger publishing house, an editor of children's literature. It will be an overestimation to say that we liked one another immediately, but still there was some kind of chemistry. Maybe Astrid was surprised by my bravery, although I didn't even have a specific topic for our conversation. However, later on, I also translated the Lionheart Brothers, which in fact is my favorite book. And after meeting with Astrid, I always felt respect for her. That's how I understood, in fact, the deep meaning of this book, of this girl, Pippi, and the revolution she was bringing about in Sweden, Sweden and other countries. Just imagine, it was in the end of the 40s, after the Second World War. Pippi was a child, something very unconventional, and at the same time a girl. And suddenly Pippi became the emblem, the symbol of a whole age. And that's how I started working with a passion to translate the book. This was a great chance. I translated the book, but I want all my young colleagues to understand that there are huge challenges. Of course, any type of literature is difficult to translate, but for the Scandinavian, there are some specificities and difficulties to transfer into Bulgarian. So the publishing house of Narodna Mladež accepted my idea about Pippi and recommended to me an editor, Teodora Jabarova, who had already translated from Swedish. I knew the name and I met with her, and she was very critical about my translation, while I thought that this was a wonderful translation because I put lots of effort in it. But she showed me lots of tricks, the tricks of the craft, especially when the book is so complicated with very specific idiomatic language, a language which is understood by the children, but also by the adults who have great imagination. And I was convinced that it is possible to succeed, to transfer all this into our wonderful Bulgarian language, which unfortunately over the last year is losing grounds. I myself feel how sometimes I cannot find, or words are just disappearing, just as stylistic features. But I like to consult literature, the Bulgarian literature, classical and modern. And the editor, Teodora Jabarova, taught me that it is a pleasure to translate, but also it is very difficult. I learned a lot from her, and I try in my work to teach the same my young colleagues. They usually say about me that as an editor, I behave just as people in the street who would search the trash completely. Maybe they don't believe me when I say that the translation is good, becomes good in the fourth or fifth time. So Vera was very exigent about herself, and maybe that's why she was like this towards other people. Vera said that Teodora Jabarova appeared in the right time in her life. She in fact had some translation of short stories, but it was before I met Jabarova, and it was different. In the and then we started talking about Strindberg. In the beginning, she didn't like him so much, but the fact is that the Red Salon was the first modern Swedish novel. And then we started all this reference work. And I used to tell her, now we're quit, now I'm satisfied. We used to laugh a lot. Teodora was a very intelligent person, very much interested in young translators. She wanted to leave her collection of books to the Scandinavian library of the university, but unfortunately some people just took hold of this wealth. A very sad story. But her translation of Selma Lager's of Josta Berling's saga is a demonstration of the highest achievement in the art of translation. Over the years, Vera Gancheva became very wise, not only because of her experience, but also because she worked all the time on self-improvement. And her frankness was so important. She would stick to her positions, but also respected the position of others. And in the end, I would like to quote her again. Now, when I'm retired, I am facing the fifth beginning of something new. And I wonder what's meaning I should put there. Would I be in a good will I be in a good shape physically and intellectually? I register the challenges of all these years of ups and downs, and I'm grateful for each and every, even with things that probably I should not be so proud of. I, however, am convinced that human existence is not just a series of accidents, just the opposite. It's a reflection of a system of challenges and chances. And now I would like to this understanding to be shown in some way, to become part of everything I do. I have some specific tasks, and I think that I should rework some of the things that I have done so far, because now I think I'm in the position to improve them. I like to a certain extent this social marginalization because otherwise I'm an active person, inquisitive and active. I have always been like this. But in the end of the day, there are natural laws. So in this periphery, I think that we can find a new beginning. And I don't have to stick to very specific tasks. I'm not obliged to interact or to do things that I do not like, which is a great freedom. And now it's the time to find the answers in the questions themselves. So far, I have looked for them in books or conversations with people. So to say, I would like at last to lead the life I would like to lead. When people interact because of some business relations or whatever, you have to pay attention. I'm a disciplined person, and I have always thought that if I am playing a game, then I should stick to the rules. But now there are no rules, no game. That's it. But also, I don't think I'm an exceptional personality, and in my modest life, nothing has been accidental. Everything has followed from a previous one. Still, there were circumstances that would tell me that there were signs, and I sometimes challenge them. But I remember that even in failures, there are some invaluable lessons. So thank you, Vera, and thank you, Zelma.
I would also like to thank Zelma for sending us this text. Passing over now to Nadezhda Mikhailova, who wanted to participate in this panel. Hello, everyone. I can imagine that you're all tired at the end of this day, at the end of this marvelous round table. I would like to thank Mr. Budakov for this marvelous organization. I would also like to share some of my thoughts with you. Probably you do not know that I'm a student of Professor Vera Ganjeva. She was my instructor for my thesis. So I have had many years of joint work with her since the year 2000 up until she went into retirement. We worked together very closely. I still miss her. I miss her because she was a very intelligent person, a very refined person, and every discussion that we had over a cup of coffee influenced me a lot. She managed to always motivate us, her students, to urge us to do more, to urge us to be precise, to be on time. You know that she was someone who was very dynamic, who always did their job to completion. And she set the bar very high for the Scandinavian studies specialists. We, her younger colleagues, very much hope to be able to keep up with her energy and to maintain her legacy. I thank to the organizers. This was a perfect organization. And I'm extremely satisfied with this day. I'm sure that Vera is looking down on us from somewhere and that she is grateful for this organization. She's grateful to the Swedish Embassy, to Professor Bodekov. She deserved this forum. Astrid Lindgren deserved this forum. I wanted to take the floor on behalf of my colleagues from the Scandinavian Studies faculty. Thank you for this event. Microphone. The speaker is not using microphone. Thank you, Madam Mihailova, for these kind words. Passing over now to all of you who would like to say a few words in the end. Would anyone like to add something? I think there is no better ending to this conference than the very ending of the book Pippi Longstocking. Allow me to read it out loud to you. Years would have passed, but Pippi, Tommy, Annika would never have grown up unless the pills were expired, of course. Many summers would come, many falls and winters. Tomorrow they will build a house of snow. In the spring they will play in the hollow oak tree. With the syrup bottles, they will continue to scout for things. They will continue to tell stories. Maybe sometimes they will go to the Korydut Islands, but they will always come back to Villa Vilecula. Yes, this was a reassuring thought. Pippi will always stay in Villa Vilecula. I hope she looks back so that we can wave at her, said Tommy. But Pippi was looking straight ahead, and then she blew her candle. I thank you all, dear colleagues. May you all be healthy. Thank you for this wonderful day.